assume, but I just have the question, like, if you were to introduce yourself to a human, how would you do so?
Like the bat.
Yeah.
Um, I guess he would introduce himself the same way he introduces to everyone. He would just go up to it and latch on,
Oh God, that's not helpful.
and eventually they'll talk. Like,
I don't like this.
why not?
I don't like that it's just like, yeah, just latch on.
I just, all right, well, I've met you now. You're my friend. I'm keeping you.
That's what he does to everyone.
That's
That's what he
funny.
did to the rat the first time the rat opened his cage. He just sort of like attached himself.
That's how we do. That's how we make friends.
You can't not be my friend if we're conjoined.
Well, it's more the bat doesn't want to touch the ground ever.
Oh God. That's so concerning.
He's just his whole life is the floor is lava, but also friends.
Yeah. He he's like a little Batman cape on whoever he attaches to.
A little Batman cape. So, who do I get to see the beautiful face of today? Anybody? Nobody?
Just everyone just dead silent.
Oh, well, that's unfortunate.
I mean,
Wait,
hold on.
can I do this?
I'd love to see your beautiful face if I can. I mean, you don't have to. Katie! I have met a Katie. And then there's like
I look
a
bad
Steven.
today,
There, you can hang out the campfire.
I love it. I love to see it. It makes me happy
get
on
a-
the inside.
Ah,
I'm trying to hold my phone up using
Oh,
the trash around me.
He has decided to sleep elsewhere.
Who?
There you go. Squeak.
Oh, okay. There.
There you go.
I've used a cup. Sweet. I love a fan. That's my favorite character.
I guess I should go get the bat puppet, shouldn't I?
I mean, if you really want to use a bat puppet, and that's your thing.
oh, idea! I'll be right back.
Okay.
Plush rabbit too.
Mm-hmm.
Must. There we go. Hello.
Hello.
This is my character, except smaller, more homicidal, and also covered in black.
Because, of course, we have to keep on theme.
Clearly.
We are nothing if not well branded.
Like,
Oh God.
Is this the right one? I can't remember.
there you go. That's how close it gets.
Oh,
What?
Oh, it's a bunny! It's a bunny. Oh God, why do you gotta do that? What is with everybody in the freaking stuffed animals?
Hello. We are friends now.
What is going on?
And like that's all you see. It's just
just intense singular eye contact.
I'm gonna turn this off. That way you can only see me.
what's wrong with stuffed animals, Melissa?
Everything.
I thought you liked
There.
stuffed animals. What yay.
I mean, stuffed animals are very cute, but I still have questions. Many, many questions on exactly what it is that you people are doing. hold on. Just not my character, but okay. Hold on.
What, do you not have a stuffed rat?
There, I have a stuffed animal. Are you proud of me, Mom? People are ridiculous. Well, while we're waiting for other people, you want to introduce your characters and describe them?
I would be breathing heavily into your ear, but I'm a bat and we have very small breaths.
What even? What is wrong with you?
What do you mean? What is wrong
Hey,
with
Fox
me?
Lover, how you doing? We're waiting for everyone else. Why are you like this?
Hey, little mouse, what's here?
Oh, question. Is my fan too loud in the background? It's hot where I am. So.
I literally can't hear your fan.
No,
I
you're
see
good.
Steven's
Okay,
fan.
cool.
Mm-hmm.
Giving me
Is
that
it your
sweet,
number one
sweet
fan?
seizures.
Oh, that's
He's
not
my
a
number
fan.
one fan.
That's the entrance into heaven. We've all actually died. We're just dealing with our issues.
You know,
Oh
that's
God, I
right.
have
And
so
it was a
many
ceiling
issues, though.
fan?
Look, it's budget cuts.
Jesus Christ. Alright. I gotta put this away, otherwise I'm gonna give people seizures.
I can't really flap, but I can clap.
Can I, like... What if I do
I
this?
can't really flap, but I can clap.
Yeah,
Clap.
yeah, because
Just
my fingers can't go that high in the puppet.
Ooh. Aw, yeah. Aw, yeah. Aw,
One
you
second.
love to see it. Now I can keep it popped out. I love it. No, come back.
Hold on.
Okay.
Let me scoot this back some, so maybe you don't get as much fan.
Sweet. I can have my beautiful face and Katie's beautiful stuffed animal and Steven's beautiful stuffed animal. I mean, it counts, but I'm still offended.
I'm trying to also eat my lunch, to be honest with you. So I don't think anyone wants to see me eat my food while I'm on camera.
There we go. That's all you need to see.
You would be surprised the demographic that you would include. Actually,
oh yeah, there's a lot of weird ASMR about that.
Yeah, so I don't know if anybody knows this, but I like Markiplier. I think he's a great YouTuber. I realize that this is a surprise to many, many people.
Who is this
Oh, yes.
Markiplier?
But he put a video out that I still hate him for. I'm still mad. It's been a while, and I'm still mad.
The Taki.
He put a video of him eating Takis, and frankly, I am offended. I'm offended for the company of Taki. I am offended for those that are normal Taki eaters, and I am offender of eaters in all general. Just all of them. I'm offended for all eaters, because that was not eating. That was like weird slurping.
That's what was happening.
I've seen the video, but I never could finish it.
I finished it all the way through because I am a loyal Markiplier. And I'm still mad. I will write him a strongly worded letter.
And then say, please, Daddy, respond.
I would never.
Just send him a 10-hour loop of more mouth noises. Fire with fire.
That's so gross. Ew.
Hold on while I switch to my desktop. Rather than my phone, because I guess that's what you want.
I kind of do.
Have to give up the recliner. What I do for you people.
I got a thing for my chair. Because I'm old. Look. You can barely see it. But I got a thing for my chair. I got a little chair seat. It's pink, of course. Because pink is the symbol of death.
Duh.
I mean, yes.
First jump scare of the game. All right.
Well, for those of you in the audience, this is your one and only chance to leave.
Jesus. Why are you like this? Why would you do this to me?
Because I believe that humans have a chance to not be suicidal, and you shouldn't give them poison.
Like you shouldn't feed them poison, or you shouldn't give them access to poison.
Bun votes poison.
Kind of both.
Bun votes poison.
Apparently, Bun wants violence.
Bun woke up this morning and chose violence.
Hank says, "Burn the establishment."
There we go. Fact has been established.
So, Melissa, were you here when I was talking about the platypus?
No. Could you please remind me about the platypus?
I really wanted to be a platypus, but I couldn't justify like the size without being like, it's just a baby.
You're just a baby. Describe to me
I just imagined
why you'd want to be a platypus.
I just thought, well, first I was like, a swimmer. That would sound cool, because that seems like a cool trait to have. But then I was like, what if there's just a new guy who shows up and is like, oh, dear God, why did you make that? And they're just like, that's just a platypus, man.
Oh my God. Be like, what horrible freak of nature! Kill it now! But I'm just a platypus, guys.
I'm just a good old duck beaver. What are you talking about?
Kill it now! The fucking zombies just stop and go, one of us. Jeez.
Just imagine a zombie like up and then looking at me and they're just setting me back down and being like, just leaving.
And just like Leon's terrible monologuing, just like, I can't believe that they would make something this awful. It's so evil. We've got to destroy this lab. Did I mention I'm the hot guy? I'm clearly the hot guy. I love
Just, I swear to God, if I don't quaff my hair every 10 seconds, my head will explode.
It's true, though. It's so true. I love the fact that in the remake, they made Claire, like, gross. Like, they covered her in blood and gore. And they made her nasty, but they still made her ass, like, hot. Like, they had to ensure the ass was intact. But Leon, man, he never gets dirty for anything. He's just perfect in every way. I'm kind of glad that Ethan in the new game, like, has terrible things happen to him, because it needs to, you know? If your arms aren't getting cut off, what are you doing?
At this point, I think Ethan's into it. Because that man gets impaled too many times.
Oh my God. He so much damage could be avoided if he would just be like, man, I should probably fucking, like, take a step back.
Like, I mean, seriously. At some point, Ethan, you gotta think, it's not the people around you. You're the common factor here.
Maybe. He's like, he's not a masochist. He just wants to know how far his body can take it.
Like, how many times has his hand/fingers been chopped up, impaled, horribly burned, crushed? It's a fetish. If then for the person designing the game at this point. Like, yes. Destroy that hand. Show me those digits.
Oh yeah. Rip that hand apart. I thought Outlast was bad.
Mommy.
Because Outlast did it too. You get there to the doctor and they spoiler alert. He cuts your fingers off, and then the rest of the game you only got so many fingers. It was unfortunate that I had to experience that a second time.
Honestly, I get really grossed out because, like, the dude gets, like, open wounds and then immediately is like, I better fucking crawl on the floor in this blood.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
Well, I mean, to be fair, he does splash tea, like cold tea water.
Just imagine him going to a doctor and they're like, you had so much hepatitis. What did you do?
You have all 3 kinds of hepatitis. I didn't even know how you could do that.
I didn't even know that was possible.
I didn't even know that was a thing.
He's just like, I splashed stuff on it. I thought I was good.
Yeah, I splashed some chem fluid. Because when I think of healing my body, I think of putting bleach on it. Jesus.
Don't forget the spicy herbs in it though that make it
Oh God.
the special goop juice.
I just want one of them to have some type of degree or doctorate or something to explain why they're just grabbing random fucking plants and being like, "Yep, open wound, just shove that in there."
Oh yeah, it's a great idea. Just you know this fern? You see this fern? Oh yeah, just and now I'm better.
Hold on,
I know. Fern, my favorite.
I know how Melissa
Resident
got into the
Evil's
lab.
concept.
This is how you got into the lab, Melissa.
How did I get into the lab? Hey buddy, do you need some help? Take this. This is a rat. How could you? How could you do such a thing to me? Are you guys excited for this game that will never start? It's not going to happen. We're not going to play the game today.
Oh.
Who are we waiting on? We're waiting on Bradley and what is it, James?
James.
We'll be waiting on James forever.
I mean, do you want me to call the James?
Actually, yeah. Call him and tell him we're waiting on him. And then by the time he gets there, Bradley will be home. If you guys want to go through character sheets first, we can. Or we could wait till everybody's here. It's up to you.
I know we talked a little bit about my character sheet about an hour ago, I think, right?
Guess what today is, James? Game day.
The idle threat. You're not here,
guess
James.
What exactly 7 days ago was.
Yep.
God.
Yep, that is correct, James.
We're waiting on you, James. We'll always be waiting on you. Always. Forever and ever.
It's 5:30. Oh. Yep.
Don't judge my habits.
Yep, probably.
I was just judging James.
Fuck if I care. Oh, I gotta put that extra character in. I forgot. I gotta put that,
Okay.
Where did I save him, the raise?
I mean, that was your chance. I mean, yes, but that's not going to take it. Really. It's not like making a D&D character. Yes.
Is he gonna be okay?
When do we do character workshops? It takes a while. Well, the sooner you get here, the sooner we can do things. Look, Katie already has a stuffed bunny. Like, it's too far. She's committed.
It's too late.
She has a stuffed bunny and I have a stuffed bat. We've already got our characters and our camera set up, James. Too late. It's now or never. Yes.
Is he gonna show up?
Wake up. Put your underwear on. Yep.
I don't even know what's going on, but I love it.
We have character sheets and stuff ready for you, James. Well, yes. We send you the link and you can fill it out and then you can save it to your computer. Yes, James. We have things prepared. It's almost as if, having two DMs working on the same game make us actually do something.
Part of me makes me not want to cut this out when it goes to YouTube. Just keep it in there.
Like some behind-the-scenes commentary.
Yeah. Ooh, I could do like a director's cut. I ain't gonna do a director's cut. I ain't gonna work that hard.
Cloud cut.
If you're gonna keep this in the video, what you need to do is have this as the cold open, like they do on Drawfee and stuff.
You know what we care about? Feet.
I'm
That's
having
what we're into.
conversations, James, because I'm in the Discord talking to people, and also having to call you.
So is he gonna join? I'll kill his character. I'll do it so fast.
Like I said, now's your chance to opt out.
I will. I'll kill his character. Give me a reason. Any reason. Speaking of
zombies.
Almost forgot the most important one.
No promise. It's either yay or nay.
Oh, the night of indecision strikes again.
Oh no! The night of indecision!
Hey. You're talking to me, I'm not the DM of this one. No, I'm not. I'm literally not.
I can hear him going in and out.
Yeah. It's too traumatized by, the roaming painter gangs.
Can you guys hear him going in and out of the conversation? Oh god. Ramrod the Wizard says
to recover
my
you with
name.
the different kinds of horror. Like,
Long.
instead of blood and guts and Lovecraftian monsters, you get, tax evasion.
My name but long?
Yes, now, get off of this call, get out of bed, go to your computer. If you're a good boy with
Oh, sorry, Melissa.
No, it could be a person.
That's how I shall be referred to from now on. There will be no exceptions. I will only be known as Melly.
Yes. Now,
so like you're charging up the Dragon Ball move?
Yes.
Well, I have called the James. I'm sure you heard lovely bits of that conversation.
So is he in or is he out?
He's like, I will be there as long as I'm there.
Okay.
Gee, thanks, Dad.
All right.
And his response to you recording it was fucking damn it.
What, so he can watch it back? Ooh.
Also, I don't know if we're violating any terms of service with curse words or not.
Lex. This is what Rodney is doing. He's spamming my chat with my name. And cats.
I mean, the cats I understand. That's a respectable man.
That's respectable. Alright, so... I can't tell if it's like inside, or in like a tavern, because it's just Why'd you move the camera just slightly over to the side?
Where you don't see that room in the background.
Oh, okay. Alright.
Now the bat looks just slightly more awkward by being off center.
You'll never know. Just slightly off center, as it should be. This is normal for you, Steven, isn't it? Like people not showing up?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I just
This
wanted
is
to
my
make sure.
life.
Oh.
I did it for 5 years.
I can't.
You know how long D and Doodle 1 ran using this? Like this kind of stuff? With someone who couldn't talk on the mic and to type?
I'm not about that life.
Not to mention masks and all that. You saw those issues.
That's why I'm not going to be the forever DM. Because the second we start getting problems, I'm going to lose my goddamn mind.
You've already been assigned. You chose that.
It's true. I did choose.
Just because I'm the forever DM of technology doesn't mean you get to renounce your crown.
Hamilton. Not Alexander Hamilton, although the reference is definitely there.
Yeah.
Why are you just swigging Romulan ale?
What'd you say, Romulan ale?
Yeah.
Oh, because it's good. Also, if Romulan ale came in a bottle this size, I think even Klingons would appreciate it.
It does come in a bottle this size. Klingons don't appreciate it. They consider it too wink and smooth of a drink.
I mean, yeah, because they're Klingons. And anything less than raw blood is unacceptable.
They actually like prune juice.
What?
Yep, gotta have some healthy poops if you're gonna, die in honor.
Similar to prunes. So the Klingon body can't process it. So they get hit with prune juice like we do with 100-year wine.
Oh, that's funny. You gotta have healthy poops.
Yeah, it's just like a warrior's drink. And Guinan will give Worf a shot of prune juice.
That's funny. That's really funny. Do they call it prune juice?
Worf does. But when he introduces it to other people, he just calls it like his warrior's drink.
Ah, I see. Warrior's drink. Makes sense. That's funny. When did he even learn that? When did he drink prune juice and find that out?
On the Enterprise D in the bar 10 forward. He was complaining that all the alcohol they had was too weak for Klingons, and the bartender was like, hey, try this. And he's like, what is it? Don't ask what it is, just try it. And the prune juice almost knocks him on his ass, and they're like, you can't sense that you don't have the kidneys.
Alrighty then.
I imagine the bartender just being like, you know what? Fuck you, you're gonna shit yourself today. And he was like, well, shit, I guess this works too.
So what the bartender did, it's like, my drinks aren't strong enough for you, are they, Mr. Wrinkly Forehead?
That's great. I love that. Mr.
And ever since then, he would, instead of ordering alcohol at like Quarks and stuff, he would order a shot of prune juice.
His warrior's drink.
Yes.
I like it. Good for the system. Good for the bowels. Have you had your prune juice today?
Bloodline's actually also good for the bowels. Keeps them nice and firm.
Ugh.
I don't know why, but firm bowels is not a thing that I ever thought I would not want to hear.
I don't want to hear firm bowels. That just sounds... I feel like there's a problem there.
It has to be an indie death metal band somewhere.
An indie death metal band?
What? Firm bowels?
God.
Hey, they could be, and then have all the music be done in Klingon.
Oh, God, no.
Jesus. You know, you enjoy a good... But Jesus.
If anyone ever wants to learn Klingon, I have an 8-piece cassette to teach you the entire language.
Alright, so Bradley's not going to be on till later, so we can just go ahead and start.
Okay, I guess, okay.
I
mean, we're down from 7 to 2.5, so I don't know how that's going.
I don't know. We'll make it work. We'll figure it out. All right, so let's go ahead and pull up a fillable Fate condensed character sheet. So go ahead and Google that.
Am I still on camera?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, just wanted to make sure because I got off of Discord and I can't see myself. So.
I can provide a link if you guys would rather.
A link would be nice.
A link would be nice. I'm also going to go ahead and share my screen for you guys.
Boop. Link has been sent.
So, if we're looking at the page, I'll wait for you guys to get on it.
You need a much better chair than this. This is unacceptable. Also need a fan. And a few $100. Maybe some Dairy Queen. I'm just going to keep going until there's someone else that breaks the silence.
No. Dairy Queen? No. I don't know how that's involved.
Because if we're going to be a good podcast, there can't be a second of un-talking. Like, gotta be filled.
Gotta be filled. Okay. Gotta fill the silence constantly. Otherwise, everyone panics. No. Cam, that's your favorite, right? When there's no silence?
Sure.
I love it. I'm great. Cam, what do you like more? Do you like, never unfilling the silence, like constant sounds and noises, or just awkward silence? Which is worse?
See, it's tough because it depends on what the silence is being filled with.
Just silence.
Like if people are just doing stuff and I can hear what they're doing, but they're not talking, like that's worse than there being no sound at all.
Let's see.
God.
The entire Frozen soundtrack.
Oh, but I love to invade people's privacy.
Oh God, no.
All right, everybody got a sheet up?
I can't actually interact with the thingy, but I have my own sheet that I made.
That's okay.
Okay.
And then Steven, I think, already made his character. So, basically, Fate is pretty simple. It's based off of, 3 main things, which is aspects, skills, and stunts, and then, obviously, the Fate part. So we'll go through the character sheet first, and then I'll go through some basic rules, okay? This game's going to be way easier than Dungeons & Dragons, and our dumb D&D brains aren't going to be able to, pinpoint how, simple things can be. So we're going to have some struggles on some stuff.
I expect nothing less.
I expect nothing less. All right. So the first one is aspects. So when you go to aspects, your high concept is basically if you were to do an elevator pitch about your character. So my aspect is I've always been the little helper. I've always been the person that was the helper of the lab assistant. There's a James. Just kidding. He's not here yet.
Oh, JK, Night of Indecision strikes again.
Night of Indecision! That needs to be your name now. That's your title.
What?
What? Who? When? Where? What's hack?
I don't. What? I don't even know.
I don't even know you people. Why are you calling me at 6 p.m?
It's okay, James. It's okay. There's a link to an editable character sheet in the chat.
Yeah, what chat? Which chat? Where?
The main chat that we've been using for this game for the last entire game.
Okay, hold on. Evil hat?
What?
A condensed character sheet fillable PDF.
Yes.
Okay, there you go. I can't breathe.
I've got a squeak complaining at my feet that he is not in my lap.
Aw, I hate to say that. Doorbell is not here right now. She is currently in the living room.
He cannot be in my lap because I am in a computer chair.
Oh, he must be very upset.
He is extremely upset.
Doorbell
Because
has...
the girls are also gone, so there's no one here to give him any attention.
Oh no, throw him outside.
I can't. It's raining.
Jesus.
What? The dogs will give him attention.
They would, but it is raining.
Oh, okay. The rain will give him attention.
But then I
Okay.
will have a wet squeak who will smell
Ew.
What?
Wet Squeak is another indie band.
like
Indie band, Wet Squeak.
they come out right after.
That's gross.
Okay. I now have a character sheet.
Sweet. Okay, so we're gonna go through from the beginning to the end, real simple. All right? Aspects. High concept is basically the elevator pitch of your character. So mine is, I've always been the little helper. It's basically a phrase or a title. It's who your character is. This can be as detailed or not detailed as you'd like. It's important to, when you go through the aspects, to have pieces of the aspect that are both positive and negative. You don't want just a good aspect, because then you'll get less fate points in the game, because you won't be compelled as much. But it's not good to have just a negative aspect, because then you're kind of screwing yourself over. So when you describe something, it should be both positive and negative in its own way. So you could be like, the leader of the pack. And that's a really good aspect. Because both, one, it gives you bonuses to being a leader of the pack, but then it gives you negatives because you're the leader of the pack. So, something that could be both good and bad. What you need to know about fate is that aspects are always true. They are facts. Facts of the game, facts of the world. So whatever you write as your aspect is a fact.
So this is not just a suggestion. This is something about my character that is unchangeable and will always be true.
It can be changed actually later in the game, but it can be revised. But yeah, it is always true. It is something that is a fact about your character. So mine is, I've always been the little helper. Steven, what was yours?
Which part? The high concept?
Yep.
Simple but trying.
Simple but trying.
Yeah.
So that's certainly a high concept aspect. And then Katie, I think you had yours.
Mine is self-proclaimed leader of the war against humanity.
Yep. Self-proclaimed leader of the war against humanity. Let me just zoom into that face.
I just keep thinking about like there being a huge monologue, like trying to rally the troops, and then the other scientist is just like, "Oh, it's adorable, it's squeaking."
I mean, actually,
I didn't realize that we had Viva la Resistance.
Oh, yeah, Viva la Resistance, rabbit! Also, we're playing itty-bitty little animals. We'll get into what our characters look like soon. But we're little bitty itty animals.
I know Katie's playing a tiny bunny.
A bunny. An evil bunny. Okay, so...
Okay,
Pam,
hi.
James, when you got that, let me know. We'll move on.
I'm just gonna say that Hank is very jumpy, has several layers of PTSD going on.
Okay.
oh, yay!
The goal was really just to make him like a loudmouth asshole who would be like, "Someone's trying to kill us," whether there's someone there or not.
Oh, okay. So you could say, for a high concept, that you've survived incredible traumatic events before. And that would be positive and negative, because it would have the bonuses of, honestly, you've dealt with traumatic experiences before, and the negative would be, yeah, you've dealt with traumatic experiences before. So it's a good high concept. So that'd be a good one.
Basically, when we experience terrible, horrible events, he's just like, oh, been there, done that.
Ah, man, that's normal for me. But when nothing's happening, that's when he's got a problem.
Yeah. That's a Tuesday.
That's a Tuesday.
Yes, entrails, my favorite.
You got a high concept, James?
Yeah, the high concept is, I really don't want to be here.
Is that the high concept you're going to go with?
It was my high concept last game.
Oh, well, it's a different character now.
Yeah, it's the same high concept.
Ramram is spamming my messages with pictures.
Who?
Rodney.
What? Rodney? Who that?
Who dat? You know who that is. Anyway, what's your high concept?
And recording. It is LeChant.
Do I know her, Rodney?
You did.
Thanks. It's on chat.
Did you just age 50 years?
Did you just age 50 years?
No, it's more like I reverted to the point where I don't have object permanence, if it's not like in front of my face. I forget people if I don't like use their name on a frequent basis.
James, you understand what a high concept is?
Yep.
Okay, good. Maybe. We're moving on. All right. The next one is trouble. So on your sheet, you have trouble. Trouble is a problem that you are either dealing with personally or something that is overall happening. So the trouble could be a personality flaw, or it could be an environmental flaw that you're having continuous issues with. For example, mine is, it's funny that James says that, Mallow, my character's trouble is, I never wanted to leave. I liked being there. I liked being in the lab.
Because you're a nerd.
I'm a nerd. All right, so yeah. So that's my trouble. Steven, what's your trouble?
I have great difficulty understanding new things. Like the fact that fire is not a person.
Fire is not a person. Neither is, what was that other one?
Science.
Yeah.
Science is also not a person. Which is confusing because they have names. And if something's named, it must be a person.
For the greater good of humanity.
Alright, got my trouble.
Okay. Katie, do you know what your trouble is?
I have homicidal tendencies towards humans.
More of that!
Alright, Cam?
I was just going to say that my character is super fucking jumpy, and every time there's like any sound, it's like, ah!
Oh god, you and Steven are gonna be just two peas in a pod. James? Do you have trouble?
My trouble is I'm separated from my family.
Oh, that's really sad. Okay. The next one is relationship. Relationship is where you pick one PC. I should probably put a spoiler alert. We don't know what we're doing. We've never played the Fate system before. All right, there we go. There's our warning.
It was nice to hear.
So relationship. You pick one PC to have a relationship with. And the phrase is just something that describes your relationship with them. It should be something like all these other aspects, both positive and negative. That way, it's like relationships aren't always all roses, but at the same time, it's probably good to have some positive points to the relationship as well. It should be noted that we all know each other, if only for a small amount of time, because we've been in the same room together for weeks at least. Some of us our entire lives. So, like, my relationship is Fidget, which is Steven's character, is my carry-on.
You have a bat cape.
I have a backpack.
It is a cape.
It is a cape. Waiting on Melissa to get her streaming gear. Yeah, I know. I gotta go over there. I've been working. I've been busy. Steven, you want to describe your relationship?
Yes. I hope melon focused. She worries too much.
I like it. So, I am Mallow, and I worry too much. Katie, do you have a relationship?
Admittedly, I haven't done a whole lot for this part specifically, like, besides the fact that, she thinks of you guys as the beginnings of her army.
The beginnings of the army.
The lieutenants.
And therefore you are all the lieutenants and or generals. So she would do as best she can, even if she may no longer be the figurehead of the revolution because she died.
Okay.
But she cares about you a lot.
Why do we always make bunnies so militaristic?
I blame you, Stephen. It is your fault.
Someone learned from Wersels.
I blame Stephen 100%. Speaking of Stephen, could you put some music on Discord?
Just any music?
Just kind of like menu music.
Sure. And keep in mind, I asked for specifics.
Menu music.
Oh,
this is about to be fucking Wii menu music. I already know. Alright. So that's a relationship. I think you're supposed to pick like a PC, but I don't really care. Like, it's fate. You can do whatever you want. Cam, do you have an idea of a relationship? Your relationship status?
I was really just going to be like, I only trust. Is it mellow or mallow?
It's mallow, like marshmallow.
Yep, only trust that one. It's going to be a weird telephone thing when someone else tells me what to do. God, this
I
music.
love this. This is awful.
Oh, wait. Oh, rhythm is mute. Shoot, what's it saying?
Steven, you saved this music. This is going to be the elevator music for the rest of the game. Alright. James, do you have an idea for a relationship phrase?
Give me a second.
Okay.
I accidentally exited out because I opened up the character creation tab twice. So I accidentally exited out of the one that I was working on, so I had to rewrite it.
Oh, okay.
But it was just a few
I could
lines.
use
The great news is that
Bud
with
could use a lieutenant.
Fate, I was about to say, the great news for Fate is that it's really easy to understand for the most part. I say as I ruin everything and we don't follow any of the rules.
Would you rather the music be more thematically appropriate?
I mean, if you want to run with this music, I can make this music scary. I don't know if you can, but I definitely can. I think this music is great because it really gives like an uncomfortable level. Like there's just a little bit of
Okay, I won't change it then.
Yeah, you just keep this music going. We've been listening to the same song for a month.
How are we not just, like, insane?
Well, considering the fact two of you are,
I'm not insane. They always say I'm special.
Special. You are a special bat. Alright. So... How have I not chewed my ears off? That's an excellent question, Bradley. Also, for anyone who's curious, the Fox picture is Bradley. He's currently driving home from work. He'll be here eventually, at some point. This time, this year.
Oh, right, we're streaming, which means... Hello, Internet. Jesus.
Hi, it's Dad. You're streaming for Dad.
Oh, hello!
I mean, he's not here.
I'm doing this literally from my fascia. You'll be alright.
Oh,
Gotcha. Let me just go ahead and put this on.
Yeah, you just keep that on repeat. We'll just keep this playing forever and ever. Alright. So, we'll move on. The other two aspects are just aspects of your life. Good, both positive and negative. So my two are you can never be too careful, and the other one is no matter what, we must remain calm. So, and then you guys figure out yours. When you're ready, we'll move on.
Oh, they have to be decided now?
Yes.
DM.
I'm good.
You have 2 minutes.
You have 2 minutes.
Every 10 seconds after that 2 minutes, I speed this music up by 0.1.
I think for like aspects other than the high one, it can just be anything you feel would be really fun to roleplay, James. Mine are that I monologue when I get excited, and that I am very loyal to other animals. So, yeah, could be good, could be bad.
So I'll let you guys figure out what you're doing, and when you're ready, or you got a pretty good idea, I'll move on.
Oh, I'll be right back. Sorry.
I was going to say, one of mine is that I survive out of sheer spite, and that everyone I know will betray me.
Oh no! But I thought you only liked Mallow.
Yep.
You might change your mind. After I introduce you to the first NPC, you might change your mind. There's actually a really good NPC early on in the game that I think you'll really like. So you might change that.
I just made myself super edgy unintentionally. Now I'm just like, I'm Batman.
No, they're really like you're all edgy. You're either edgy or psychotic. It's one or the other. All right. So moving on. After the aspects, Katie, you still there, or did I lose you? Her screen went black. Like her soul.
I was just thinking, like, if it's just slowed down every time we made a decision to where it was just unbearably slow.
That'd be scary. Alright. Well, I think Katie's gone. I guess we'll fill her in a second. She actually already made a character, so I'm not worried about her as much. Alright, so skills. It actually says on the sheet how many skills you get, but you get 1 great, which is a +4. You get 2 good, which is a +3. 3 fair, which is +2, and 4 average, and then everything else is mediocre, which is a +0. So you can go ahead and put your skills down. If you need me to describe any of these skills, let me know. There's a couple skills that aren't going to be super applicable in this game, but could come in handy. The one change that we're absolutely doing is drive. So you're not driving a car. Instead,
I was expecting Mario Kart.
Instead, that skill is now drive as an instinct. So your instinct drive. So it's still drive on the sheet, but it's your instinct.
Like animal instinct?
You're gonna love this name, James. Balls Too Wild. That's their name. Balls Too Wild. Just said, okay, I'm here to help. I know I'm late. Everyone just stay calm and we'll get out of this okay. What are we doing? Today we're playing Fate, sort of. We have no idea what we're doing, so you're welcome to hang out with us and see what god-awful things are happening. Mostly we're just hanging out with each other, so I didn't know if you were expecting anything exciting to happen. It probably won't for another hour. Come back in an hour. All right, Katie.
Oh, come on. You know there's people who enjoy character creation.
Character creation! Some people love that.
Sorry.
Some people love it
for duty.
Some people some people really like it when the streamer spends like hours in the character customization menu. Like
some people do. Those people also like Sims.
Yep.
those are the sim watchers, not the players. The watchers. You know there's a certain kind of people. They like watching paint dry. Anyway, Balls Too Wild is 100% reporting for duty, and that's D-U-D-Y. Katie, put your skills down if you haven't already.
Oh.
I don't know if you've already put your skills down. The only change on this sheet is drive. Instead of driving a car, it's your instinct drive. Because realistically, if you guys find a way to drive a car, I'm not going to have you roll for it. I'm going to have you come up with other means to rolling for it instead of driving, because there's no way in fucking hell the guy on the wheel is going to be able to see where he's going. So I don't think that skill's applicable. And they're gone! Bradley's gone forever.
Less competition?
Still waiting at the branch, waiting to be checked in. God, Bradley. Did you say waiting for competition?
No, I said less competition when Bradley
From
back.
who? Who are you hoping to win?
Oh, anybody.
The Immortal Betty White toy campaign. Well, you describe to me what the Immortal Betty White is, and we'll come up with it. I'll see what I can do. This is a Resident Evil game, so it may be not what you're hoping for.
What about Betty White?
Immortal Betty White. I don't see a problem with it.
I just imagine, like, somewhere in the world there's a kindly old woman in a kitchen somewhere cooking.
Yes, except this is a zombie game.
Mm-hmm.
So add zombies to that.
She, like, slides open the door to the kitchen. She goes to serve her guests. They're all zombies.
I would be horrified if a zombie had a +2 to seduction, but I approve.
Can you guys hear my fan?
What was it?
Can you guys hear my fan?
No. All I can hear is do 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 do
Excellent.
do. You know, like the voices in my head.
Look, just because this is the soundtrack of evil doesn't mean you have to like it.
This is the soundtrack of evil. Okay, so after skills, you get stunts. So everybody at that point, for the most part.
I am.
James, you ready? You good? You at least understand. Okay.
I know what the skills are for, but as far as allocating, deciding what I want, I have no idea.
Well, your character's sad, right?
Not necessarily. He is. You're starting this game that we already know each other, right?
Yes, you all know each other, at least for a while. For a little bit. Maybe not your entire life, but a good amount of time.
The way that I was planning on playing him is he's loyal, he's a fighter, but there's somewhere he'd rather be.
Okay, so I would put your bonuses in athletics, fight, definitely. Maybe provoke. Those are 3 good ones. You might consider will. You might consider...
And physique.
Yeah.
Physique's like your kind of constitution replacement,
Physique.
I think.
Yeah, absolutely. You could consider drive, because like instinct, because you're animal. You could consider empathy, which allows you to talk to other people. You could consider maybe will. Those are all good ones. And then just wherever. Balls Too Wild has said, I'm not gonna lie, I wish this song would play while I was in the bathroom. So this is a poop song. Steven, you've made the poop song. How could you?
You need to inspire the troops to battle.
You've inspired the troops! Oh, God.
I mean, let's just hope Pat Bun Bun doesn't assign me as, like, the, like, new anthem writer.
He's some poor soul out there sitting on the toilet giving his 21 gun salute.
Christ.
I don't think we poop the same way.
It's brave of you to admit that you poop wrong.
Just, I don't know if that. If I give a 21
And this
gun
one
salute,
is
I
for
need
the
to go to a
people back
hospital.
home!
21 gun salute poop. That's concerning. If you've ever listened to a 21 gun salute, you should be scared. That's horrifying. Oh my god. Alright. Everybody got it? Everybody figured it out? Good job. We're moving on. Alright, so the next one is stunts. And this is the last part of the sheet, basically. Stunts are a little bit harder to get. So, let me go ahead and... They take a little bit more love, I will say. You guys can read all fast, right? Those of you that are in the chat right now, you can just read super fast, like how I'm going. I'm scrolling through a sheet. Okay, so here is an example of how to write a stunt. I didn't mean to do that. And then I will give you a different one. Someone died. And they're back. So basically, what this looks like is that the stunt allows you to do something above and beyond. So when you look at a stunt, it basically allows you to do something that is not normally done. Is what makes you unique. It makes you interesting. Dear God.
What?
Balls too wild says, pants around the ankles, 2-ply so soft, being ever so gently folded. The smell of muck and corn in the air as I head bob to the beat. Man, I don't know who Balls Too Wild is, but I love them. They're amazing. You're amazing. That's an image right there. I want to be there.
I want to burn it out of my skull.
Alright, anyway, stunts. So, some examples are on the channel. The same channel we've been using, James. The same one. The Sophie's Dungeon. Sophie's Bradley's cat. And basically what you do is you describe through basically a sentence what your ability is. So there's examples down there, but mine, for example, because you get 3, and it says it right underneath stunts on the sheet. So you get 3 for free, and then you can spend a refresh to do it. Now you only get a 1 refresh every time you get like a big arc. So when you make a breakthrough. So that's like every, several games you get a new one. Because we don't level every game like you would in D&D, which you don't normally level at every game in D&D either, but we're a weird party. So you don't get refreshes that often. So if you choose to spend for a stunt, you're losing fate points in the process. So I'll get into that later, but basically that's the concept. So you start with 3. So my stunts, for example, are careful. Because, and my reasoning is, I am a testing rat. I get a +2 when I use the skill Notice to create an advantage when keeping my friends out of a trap. And creating an advantage means changing the gameplay so that your other members of the party are able to do things, basically. It's a very dialogue-y game. Does that make sense? Everybody got that?
Yeah.
Alright, so work on stunts, do what you can. That one might take a little bit, might take a little work, so let me know if you've got any questions on that one, and then you get to revise your stunts after every milestone, which is after every game. So if your stunt doesn't really work for you or you're not happy with it, you can change it around. And then at the bottom of the page, there's a button for refresh. You start with 3. So you put a 3 in that box. And that's your character sheet. Good job, guys.
Woo!
So, when everybody is ready with that part, we can pretty much start. But in the meantime, while you guys are thinking about your stunts, I'm going to go through kind of the first part of the game, like the first basics. So, we'll go into consequences when they happen, because I don't even know if we're going to fight this game. So we might not even have to go into stress or consequences yet. Because I don't know if we're going to get into combat. We might. You might get into combat today. We'll see. Depends on when Bradley gets here. Yeah. Okay. And then add personal details as necessary.
So how do vitals work?
Okay, so vitals are basically 1 points. So when you get into a conflict or you get hit for whatever reason, like if an obstacle hits you, let's say it's a trap or something like that, you take stress and then you take consequences. So you get them off of shifts. For example, you might get stepped on. That could be something that happens. Getting stepped on is pretty painful. You take 5 shifts of damage, which is a block. You can, as a character, choose to move those 5 shifts wherever you want. So you could take a consequence and then take a stress. So it's physical stress. So you could say 5 shifts. I'm going to go ahead and take a mild consequence of, a little worse for wear, and then take 3 physical stress. You could do that. But once the stress is used, it's used until the end of that scene, so you won't be able to go back with that. Consequences, on the other hand, take a while to fix. So it might be good to keep your stress for little things, because once it's over with, it goes straight to a consequence. So you might deliberately choose to take a mild consequence or a moderate consequence versus getting stuck with a severe consequence. And if you run out of all of them, if you run out of severe, moderate, mild, physical, if you run out of them, you're considered taken out, which in the game basically means I get to do whatever I want with you.
Terrifying.
And in D&D, that means you're dead. So it gives you the idea of what that means. So you've got some hit points, but all the hit points are the same, so it just depends on how you do it. What makes you different is your stunts, because some stunts allow you to negate certain damages, and then how you allocate them. So you could choose to say, I got stepped on. I'm going to take a moderate consequence and say, I've got a bad leg now, and just take 1 stress. That way you've got 2 stresses for the next room. So that's something to consider. And that'll make more sense when we actually get into the game, because that's a little confusing at first. Stun idea of the Bobby Hill? I don't know you, let go of my purse. Kick the enemy between the legs, lifting them slightly off the ground, doing damage and stunning them. That is certainly a stunt. I will say that. That is a special ability. I don't know you! Jesus. Stop laughing, Katie. It's not that funny. Being cute. How dare you? This is a game about death and zombies and horror and goop juice. Don't forget the goop juice. James?
It's also a game about midget Napoleon throwing a fit because Natty never loved him.
I mean, that's not wrong. That's definitely not wrong. Everybody got stunts? Yes? No? Maybe?
I believe so.
Okay. James, you got it? You got a vague idea?
I have a vague idea of what I want for 2 of my stunts. I'm not really sure what my role in the party is going to be, so my third stunt is kind of...
That's perfectly fine.
So my first one is... I don't really know what the effects will be either, but I want one of my stunts to make me a bit scrappy.
Is that the stunt name, Scrappy?
I mean, it could be.
Okay.
And then my next stunt is called Dig a Tunnel.
Okay.
And because I'm a meerkat, I dig a tunnel. I dig a tunnel.
So
quick before the hyenas come.
Okay, I got it. I got you. Okay, you ready?
Mm-hmm.
Here's that one stunt. You ready? You ready to write it down?
Are you putting it? Are you posting it somewhere?
Nope. You're gonna type it as I say it. Are you ready?
Okay, give me a second. Is this Scrappy or Dig a Tunnel?
This is gonna be Scrappy.
Okay.
All right. Because I am scrappy, that's going to be the term we can use, and that could be the name of the stunt. I can negate, and I don't know which one it's going to be. Let's do, I can negate 1 shift of physical damage, or one hit of physical damage. Or you could say, I could negate 1 hit. So you just say, I can negate 1 hit, but only, once a game. Or you could say, I can negate 1 shift of damage, but only once per scene. I'll let you choose which one you'd rather have.
What were the 2 options? It was
negate 1 shift of damage once per scene, or one hit once per game. So let's say
it's either like 1 stress box or negate 1 attack.
1 attack, yeah. So
okay.
It's the difference between 1 stress box once per scene. So every time you go into battle, you're gonna be safe for 1 stress box. So fighting a mouse, not that big of a deal. The other one, negate 1 hit. That 1 hit might not necessarily save you if you're in a conflict, unless it's Chris Redfield, and the attack is a machine gun. And somehow you negated that.
I negated it because I am a fuzzy snake, and he's trying to shoot it with a machine gun.
So, it just depends on which way you want to go. You could pick the other one to be your other stunt. Nothing's going to stop you from doing that.
I'm a pool noodle with fur. Good luck pinning that down.
Who stole my symbol? Oh, the R? That's Rhythm Bot, Red. That's Rhythm Bot, Rodney. All right.
Rhythm is a precious boy, and I will hear nothing against him.
It is. It is a precious boy. Okay. And then the other one, what was the other one you said? You wanted to be able to dig a tunnel?
Scrappy and dig a tunnel.
Okay, so the next one, are you ready for the next one?
Hold on. Because I'm Scrappy, I can negate... I'm gonna do the 1 attack, because that seems like it would, save my skin and be more effective for me.
Also, this can be always, fed up to the sniff test. So the sniff test is where we decide as a group on whether or not something should be changed or it considers the bogus rule. So basically, if any of these stunts are stronger or weaker than others, we can put it up to the sniff test, and then the group decides. It's not about the GM and fate. It's about the party. I'm just the one that makes the final decision.
Like, I remember in my last Fate game, we had one guy who had a broken skill, and we had to nerf him. Like it was.
Yeah, it's called the sniff test, and you can do it at any time. You can also call on the bogus rule at any time during the game, which is I say something happens, and you go, "That's bogus," and then we decide as a group why.
That's some bullshit.
Yeah, that's bullshit.
So you said that I should word it that because I'm scrappy, I can negate one. Do I just say negate one attack or negate the effects of one attack?
Negate the effects of one attack. Or you can just say negate one attack. You can do that. Either is good. This game's less tight as it is with D&D.
Less toit.
It's more about the story, less about finally getting checked in. You poor bitch. Alright.
Okay, so now we need to figure out how my dig
tunnel. Okay, so because I am a meerkat, or any other reason that you might argue for this reason, I get a +2 when I use pick a skill. You could say athletics if you want, or you could say drive. I would argue pick the skill that you have the most bonuses in, I would say. And then 2, and then you're digging a tunnel. It depends on what you're using it for. So you could say to overcome when dealing with an obstacle, or you could say create an advantage when trying to trip an enemy, when attacking, to attack when, for whatever reason, you're digging a tunnel, to defend if you're using it to hide. You could say to defend when in combat or in a conflict. We don't really use combat. That's not what we use. So it just depends on how you want to word that. It depends on what you're using it for. And then you get a special bonus for when you use it for that reason. You can still dig at any time, as long as the aspects of the world allow you to do so. But if you do it for a certain reason, you have the potential of using your stunt. So
yeah,
if you use it to dig a hole to hide from not being a damage, like the dig attack from Pokemon, then say it like that. Or if I'm using it to attack, like the Pokemon, you can use it that way. Or you could say to create an advantage, to get someone to trip. Or you could say to overcome an obstacle, to try to go under something. It's whatever you want to use it for. And if you want to use it for multiple reasons, then pick one for now. You'll get more stunts later.
Let's see.
Would you want to redesign my badges or something? Maybe. I might. And I've got no problems changing your badges. I'll consider it. Cam, do you need any help writing your stunts?
I don't think I do. I'm not sure yet.
I mean, at the end of the day, you can put it up to the sniff test and it can be decided.
Okay.
Do you just want to redesign my whole channel? I can't just redesign your whole channel, Rodney. I can't make it happen. The only thing I can do is drink an excessive amount of lemonade, wear a bow, and tell people I'm better than them. If it doesn't fall within those 3 things, I can't do it.
Well, Lisa, I'm getting a little bit of a pop or a crackle with your audio. I don't know if anybody else can hear it, but I can.
Oh. Can anybody else hear a pop and a crackle?
No, I'm fine.
Sorry, it's just you. We know it's not an ass because it's right here.
Hey, fuck you, that's exactly where mine was all the time. And I might be hearing it from Steven too, maybe it's my connection.
Maybe.
I mean, your video is lagging.
The video is lagging.
It was me. Hold on.
Yeah, we're not gonna get out of the lab today. I don't think it's gonna happen.
Because of the elevator music?
No, because of the Bradley.
I believe in us.
Okay. You believe in us. That'll definitely help. Use those thoughts and prayers.
That's my main contribution, is belief.
Alright, oh, so for those of you that are following at home, whoever you poor saps are, when I look straight at the camera when I describe something and I go, you see a room, it's dark. That means it's an aspect, and it's a fact about the room. And you can use aspects to your advantage, or you can compel them later. So that has to do with fate points. We'll get into that in a second. Do we have everybody? James got weird. James is currently being a Vincent Valentine. You can only be Jill Valentine. Only Jill Valentine is acceptable.
I wanted to close out my Discord and reopen it and see if that fixed the audio issue. Hopefully it did.
Hopefully. All right, so.
I can negate one attack, and I have a +2 to tunnel diggery.
Tunnel diggery. Okay. So when.
Since you're a meerkat, wouldn't you have bonuses to notice?
Well, that could be the third skill.
I have bonuses to notice. Don't we have someone else in the party who's really keen about noticing things? I don't want to step on toes.
I have a bonus in the skill, but I'm the DM, so I might only be useful some of the time.
Mm-hmm.
I have a +2 to it, but I don't know. I feel like it's good to have multiple people with us. It seems like the fate perception check.
It is. It absolutely is a fate perception check, so you know it's going to be important to me.
I mean, I feel like my What Lovely Rustic Architecture might be making an appearance.
Oh, okay, that's fine. Well, while you're figuring out your third skill, let me talk about fate points.
Okay.
Fate points are something that you get at the beginning of the game. You get however many fate points you get for the refresh that you have. So if you use a refresh for a stunt, instead of 3 fate points at the beginning of the game, you only get 2. Fate points roll over. So if you have 5 at the beginning of the game, you get 5 the next game. You only get to use the refresh if you're under that number. So if you have 2, the next game you'll have 3. If you have 5, next game you'll have 5. Does that make sense? So your refresh only counts if you have under that amount. So depending on the DM, how many fate points you get, you could potentially use your refresh.
Also, the DM can give you fate points if they think you're behaving in a way that is worthy of a fate point.
I'm about to get to that. Alright. So...
My bad.
I'm about to get to that. So, that's how many fate points you start with. Fate points can be used in a multitude of ways. You can use to invoke, and you can use to compel. When you invoke, it means you are invoking a aspect of yourself. So, let's say you want to use, because I am the self-proclaimed war on humanity god leader as an aspect, I want to destroy this computer real bad. I want to really hurt it. So you get a +2 to destroy the computer because you invoked it. So you basically get a +2 whenever you invoke a fate point. So fate points, you could argue, are considered +2, unless for other reasons. So you can invoke for yourself, and then you can compel for others. So you can compel anyone, anything, for any reason. Basically, you grab an aspect that exists. So the room is dark. You choose to compel Chris Redfield for whatever reason, because you're an asshole and you hate all humanity. So you compel Chris Redfield and you go, you know what? It's kind of dark, and he doesn't have his night vision on. So, he's having a hard time seeing us. You know what? That's absolutely true. Now, Chris Redfield's having a hard time seeing us. That's now a complication he has, and complications make things harder to roll later in the game. So if he tries to roll to see us, he's going to have a harder time. It ups the difficulty for him.
I just want to see, like, the main villain bumbling around the lab trying to find the light switch.
It is an example. It is an example, Rodney. And you bet your ass I will make Chris Red feel stupid, because he is dumb sometimes. That man punched a boulder into submission, okay? He totally did. So that's just an example. The chances of you seeing Chris Redfield in this game are very unlikely, but I like to use him as an example. So you can compel situations, you can compel enemies, you can also compel your friends. You still have to use a fate point. So, for example, if you wanted to give a fate point to another person, you could compel one of their aspects and give them a complication. This can be a two-edged sword depending on how you use it. But inevitably, you would be destroying your fate point and giving them one. When you are compelled, either by the DM or the enemies, because the enemies can compel as well, or the other players, you are given a fate point. That's why your aspects have to be both good and bad, because I will be using them against you. This is a story-driven game. You can also, what's the word? I forgot what it's called.
Invoke?
You can be given fate points retroactively. That's the word I was looking for. So if you do something because of an aspect of your character, let's say Katie knows that we should be helping Chris Redfield, but she deliberately locks the door anyway, and just throws the key to another area of the map and makes sure that the wrong thing is spray painted yellow, and just makes it incredibly hard for him to get through. She might get a fate point for being a dick. He's only dumb in 8. He's dumb in multiple games. Don't you try to defend Chris Redfield. I've got some hate going on in my chat right now. Because I said Chris Redfield can be dumb. He's a wonderful person. He's just a little dumb sometimes.
Listen, if the boulder wasn't giving me so much sass, I wouldn't have to punch it so much time.
He punched it into submission. They made a reference to it in 8. The boulder punching asshole. Alright. So, that's basically fate points in a nutshell. Did I cover everything? Probably not.
I think I got the gist.
Alright, so that's the game in a nutshell. I think at this point everybody's had time to get their stunts in. Are we ready to play? Okay. I will go ahead and start the game.
Oh boy.
Do we turn the elevator music off now, Melissa?
No.
Okay.
No, you get that elevator music until you leave this room.
Oh, good. Incentive.
Alright, so I've got a map on my screen. Hopefully everybody can see it.
It's loading up.
Move over here.
It's constantly switching back to Discord.
Is it? How do I do that? How do I stop that from
X
happening?
out of Discord.
Exit out of Discord?
Yeah.
Can I do that with and
You
still
can stay
talk
in
to
the
you
call.
guys?
It should keep you in the call, yes.
Did that work?
Like, did you press X?
Yeah?
No, it did not.
Oh, well. F. Hold on. Technical difficulties.
Did you try minimizing it?
I tried. Alright, let's try this.
When you share your screen,
Actually,
did you
Yay.
just share?
oh dear.
Did you just share Krita, or did you share everything?
I shared Krita. How do I do that? Hold on. Here, I'm gonna do this. Then I'm gonna share my screen. Alright. Did that work?
We have to wait for it to reload.
Okay.
I see pure. It's switching between pure white and it now.
Why pure white? That's really weird. That's grumpy. Why does this keep happening to me? You know, I was gonna do Roll20, but that didn't end up working out for me, so. Is it because I've got your guys' faces up?
Maybe?
Here, let me try this.
I mean, we don't have to do, like, cameras.
Oh, hold on,
But-
one second.
Because I thought about turning mine off in order to, like, get a better signal or, like, to stop the poppling or whatever.
It's white on mine.
I don't even
actually,
see the
you know what?
share.
Let me try
I
this.
don't even see the sharing thing as an option. Wait, no.
Let me try this. Does that work?
Okay, so I'm seeing you
Ah.
in Discord.
Now we see the infinite void.
I am watching myself watch myself.
Is that weird? Alright, does that work? Can you
Wait,
see my
no,
face?
it's
Can you
like
see
fourth
everything now?
I see 3 of you, but that's fine.
Yay! Alright, good enough. Okay, so do you see my screen? You see the map?
Yes.
Good, good. Okay, now you can turn the music off. You can change it to something a little less, awful.
I thought you wanted this till we left the room.
I mean,
Yeah.
we can, but I think they're gonna want to get out of this room so fast.
Hold on, I'll switch it to something else. Do you still
Switch
want
it to
menu
something that
music,
sounds
or-
like a lab, basically. Just background music of a lab. You could do like Resident Evil background music or something like that. But save this sound, because this sound will come back. Are you having a good time? You having fun yet? James, your face left. I'm not
Yes,
seeing your beautiful
because-
face anymore.
Because the crackling came back.
Oh, okay.
And the only way to make it go away is if I, like, either stopped my camera, stopped the stream, or, like, stopped everything entirely.
Oh.
My phone might not have the processing power to run Discord at this high of a level. To, like, do, like, streams, FaceTimes, audio, you know.
Okay.
Yeah,
So-
I think
Give me a second
my
while I get the
phone
music
battery
set
is
up.
still going down. It's a lot slower than it was, but it's still going down even though it's literally charging.
Oh, I have my phone plugged in, and let me tell you, it's heating up like a mother. You know, it's pretty bad.
Yeah.
The hell? Oh, okay.
How's that? We got anything?
I hear nothing so far.
Okay, hold on.
Who's the youngest here? Who's the person who's been here the least?
That would be Cam. He's the newest.
No. Who's been in this lab the least?
Oh, okay. I thought you meant like part of the friend group. I thought we were ostracizing Cam.
Oh.
Who do we want to make uncomfortable? Cam? Cam. We want to make Cam uncomfortable.
Mission accomplished.
I think my character's about a year old, maybe.
We're
Or
all
a few
young.
months.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just because animals don't live long.
Because I know rabbits reach, like, their age range is like 3 to 5 years, so.
I'll tell you, I'm an old woman. I am a year old. I'm an old lady. Okay.
I was born in this lab and I'll die in this lab.
Yeah, pretty much. It's not wrong. All right. Let me go ahead and do this. There. Go ahead and make this character. So, when people come to, Hamilton calls it waking up. None of us really recall the exact time or moment when we woke up. Just that when it happened, we started paying more attention. We started noticing when the scientist would go in and go out at certain times a day. We started being able to read what they said on our notes. We started to understand that we could not only see each other, but understand each other, and would send little messages to us, each other, while the scientists were about to appear. We would warn each other when the scientists were about to appear. We've been here for, we can only guess, maybe a month together? But things are changing. Hamilton, which has been here the longest, tells us that he has a sight. And he's told us that bad things happen. Bad things are happening soon. And with that, we start the game.
Oh, cool. So I just Googled it. I think my character's about 4 months old.
My character's 4 months old!
So we are currently alone, but with each other in our own little separate little enclosures, right? In the lab?
It is approximately 9 o'clock. At 10 o'clock, the scientist comes in, writes some notes on our charts, looks at us, and then sometimes takes some of us away.
I'd like to see him try to take me.
He's taken you away at least once. You don't know when, because you woke up afterwards. At least, that's what Hamilton says. You are in a open, barred cage, like an animal. Think of like a cat carrier. The cat carriers are, has lines on each side, so you can actually reach through and touch each other if you wanted to, if you're right next to each other. Your characters are on the sheet. There are also other people in this lab as well that you have come to know and understand, if not be very afraid of. Some people you've grown to be friends with, sending messages and talking to while the scientists are away. Others you've learned to avoid. And now we shall learn the first thing about fate, the popcorn initiative. Katie, you get to go first.
Oh dear. Well, great. My character would like to do is attempt to squeeze out of the little holes.
Okay.
Like she puts her face directly into the grate and tries to push to see if she can push her way through.
Hold on, let me just. No. Unfortunately, you've tried this method before, and no matter how hard you squeeze your little face against the grates, they're much too small for your face. You'll probably have to try something a little smarter.
Ah, smarter, you say? As Bun Bun hops over to Mallow's thing.
Bun Bun can see Mallow through Cam's cage.
Oh, you're on that side.
Yep. Oh.
Here. Mallow! Mallow!
What?
Listen, okay, so I know you don't like the breaking out bits, but
No,
the
I don't like the
revolution needs
breaking
your
out
help.
bits. No one likes the
But
breaking out bits. Why are you causing trouble? Don't you know we get treats and we're taken care of as long as you don't cause problems? Do you remember to the last animal that got out and they found out that they could do it? They went away.
Well, then I won't get caught. I'm not asking you to come with me. I know you're not comfortable with that. But the revolution needs a start. And today, I feel like, is a good start.
The revolution. Okay, so you're trying to convince Mallow to get out of their cage and let you out.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm not trying to say... she can go back in if she wants to. But I just want to...
Okay. Steven, can you post the link of the fate dice in the chat?
Sure.
So you can use a regular d6. You absolutely can use a regular d6, but if that is too confusing for you, we actually have an online link that allows you to use it. Basically, the way the d6 works is if you're using a normal one, 1, 2 is a negative, 3, 4 is a 0, and 5, 6 is a +1. So you use the skill that you're using plus 4 d6. If you use the fate dice, all you have to do is click, and it'll tell you. And each plus is considered a 1.
Okay. I was gonna get my, oh shoot, I spilled all the things.
You spelled all the
get my
things.
dice.
Well, don't do that.
Eek. Give me, I'm just gonna go to the thingy and click on the button. And
Yeah, go to the thingy and click on the button. That's this for
while I
anybody
clean up all the
that's-
things.
This for anybody
Okay.
who's curious.
Alright, I got a +1, plus my, 3 for my
Okay.
rapport.
Absolutely. So it would have taken a fair roll to be able to convince Mallow to get out of her cage, even though she doesn't want to. Ah, wrong look. You guys can see all my screens. You can see me like panicking in between. So, Mallow, reluctantly, are you choosing Mallow to go next? This is the popcorn initiative, where you choose who goes next.
Then yes,
Okay.
I am choosing Mallow to go next.
You can also choose bad guys as well, because eventually the bad guys have to go, and they can choose each other or they can choose you as well. So this is the popcorn initiative. So Mallow reluctantly gets out of her cage. She's done this multiple times, which means she won't need a roll. She gets out, runs across the floor, jumps up, and unlocks her cage from the outside. She then runs back to her cage and closes the door and relocks it.
Alright. I am going to start asking different animals around the room if they want to
Actually-
escape with me.
It's
Oh,
not
sorry.
your turn yet.
Okay, I'm
It
sorry.
is now, because it was Mallow's turn last. Now I get to choose who goes next. So I'm going to say... James, it's your turn now.
What's happening?
We've been playing for 5 minutes, James!
Yeah, and then my character, he kind of rolls
Oh, you
over.
wake up slowly. What's happening?
Well, what? What are we doing?
You see a little bun jump onto the ground. She is free.
Oh, congrats. Why is this important?
You can hear Mal
Well-
and her arguing with each other.
Listen, I mean, I know that you don't want to leave, and I get that. I really do. Sometimes you have to break out of your comfort zone, though. Destroy humanity.
I
They
don't want
deserve
to
it.
destroy
I mean, really.
humanity. I like humanity. Why don't you always ask me to do
Tiny
this?
boxes.
You always ask me. We're gonna get in trouble. You keep causing me to do things that are gonna cause us to get in trouble.
Revolutions don't happen when creatures are behaved. The people need to know that we are not creatures.
I don't
we are,
want
but
a
we are also not.
revolution.
Okay. Well, then you can stay in there if you want. But, I mean, think about it. You could have one of them as a pet, maybe. I don't know.
I don't want a
Reverse
human
slavery?
as a
That
pet.
could be nice.
What was that, James?
I said reverse slavery? Question mark?
With that, as you mumble that under your breath, between the sleeping fennec fox, because the fennec fox is between you, you hear on the other side, well, that sounds rather awful. Anyway, while you two are arguing, I'm going to go ahead and see what they put in the snack drawer. As you see the hamster start fidgeting with his cage.
Ah, Hamilton.
Hamilton. I didn't even have to tell you. James, is there anything you would like to do, or are you going to choose your turn just to listen?
I'm gonna listen, and I'm awake now.
Weird. You are awake. Okay, so you're gonna choose and wait and hang out. Who goes next, James?
Who goes next?
Yep,
Who
you
do we
can pick
have?
anybody in the room. They're all characters.
Hold on. That means I need to look at the map.
Yes.
Can I zoom in? Can I zoom? Can I do the zoom ins? Is that a spider?
I could do the zoom. Hold on. Let me.
Is that a spider?
That is a spider.
Oh fuck the hell no! Fuck that shit.
I mean, they could be a
the
valuable
spider
member
gets to
of the
go
revolution.
eventually, James, whether you choose him or not. Sorry, choose her.
Okay, so there's a burb, there's a bat, there's a mouse, there's a looks like a weasel or a badger, and there's a bun. There's a other thing.
Mice. A bunch of mice.
Okay, a bunch of mice. Oh, there's a snake. I do enjoy me a little danger noodle. What's in the middle? It looks like a monkey and
You see
something
what
else.
appears to be one of your friends, unconscious. She's currently holding closely, you can only assume to be another animal. From here, you
Okay.
can't really tell if it's a hamster or a gerbil, who exactly it is, but you think it may also be a friend of yours. You remember the last time the monkey was taken by the scientist. When they brought her back, she was unconscious. She hasn't woken up for hours.
I do enjoy my profile picture, by the way.
Thank you. He looks like he doesn't know what's going on.
He's like, what? Okay, so let's see here. Well, Bradley's close to me, but Bradley is currently indisposed. So where's Steven at? Where's the bat?
The bat is right here.
What's he doing?
Are you you choose Steven to go next?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey.
Steven,
Okay.
it's your turn.
See a bat hanging upside down. He is currently in a cut tube sock.
A cut tube sock. Okay.
Keep his wings closed. His head and feet are coming out of the tube sock.
That's cute.
And he's like, I don't know why you want a revolution so much. We don't even know what to feed it.
anybody missed it,
I mean,
he said, I don't know what you want a revolution. I don't know why you want a revolution so much. We don't even know what to feed it.
no, don't worry. I know what to feed it. Blood and vengeance and justice.
You're so fucking
And I start
cute.
going into a monologue.
You're so cute. Oh, also, you're out here. So you're over here. Okay.
As Bun just starts preaching about the glory of revolution and
Bun.
how humanity has oppressed us all for too long.
Okay.
You know, normal 4 o'clock things. That's she does.
Normal 9 o'clock things. It's actually 9:15 right now.
Ah, yes. It's a little
yes.
early today.
Fun.
The blood of the innocent.
I think you may be misplacing your aggression. We haven't even seen humanity.
The guy, the big man with the notes and the white coat thingy.
And his name
with the-
clearly says doctor, so it's not the right person.
He is a member of humanity. It's kind of like their entire species. There's more than one human. That
Well,
is a
like-
human.
Ants.
Yes. Exactly. Except in this case, humans are horrible and big. And have very, very exploitable weak spots that you can bite and murder.
I mean, the long-haired human brings me fruit. That doesn't seem horrible
That's true.
or explodey.
The long-haired human doesn't let us run around and do things.
Why would I want
and,
to run?
I mean,
He gave
fly
me a
around
sock.
and do things. Listen, I feel like... Sorry.
He lets go of his bar, and you see him just fall to the bottom of the cage.
Thud.
Thunk.
And then
Oh, are you
awkwardly
okay?
just start, like, inchworming his way to the front of the cage.
Alright.
Bud hops over and looks at him. You okay, buddy?
You inchworm out of your tube sock.
Look,
Oh.
this is what walk is to me. Walking is terrible.
Also, if we do anything to cause Miss Day any trouble, then she could get in trouble. And that's the last thing I would want.
I don't see what you all see in her. She's one of them. She doesn't let us do what we're supposed. Like I can't dig holes. I like digging holes. Holes are fun. You can hide in them. You can put dead things in them. It's great.
I mean, I'm supposed to fly, but I guess I'm fine with that. I mean, the bird is fine with that.
But you don't have to be fine with that. We could leave. You could go out of the cage.
As
and
I make it the bird's turn.
At this point, many of the animals have woken up from the conversation, as you see the snake, the spider, and several of the mice chittering about, having their own conversations about Miss Day. The parrot turn and go, "That's not entirely wrong, is it? I mean, after all, some of us get to get out and play. Isn't that right?" And you hear the mice start chittering angrily, back and forth. "Aren't you the little lab-assisted Mallow?" And you see the rat look down in shame, as you realize the rat is one of the very few that get to go out of the cage all the time, because Miss Day uses her for simple testing through mazes. As the parrot starts to cause a bit of a commotion, you hear many of the other animals starting to speak up in their own interesting way.
Sounds like the parrot.
Babel! Oh! Babel! As you hear the dog in the corner. You hear the soft whispers of a spider as it's starting to corner the edge of its glass. Far too quiet to hear from here. You see the snake slowly but surely start to rear its head from its enclavement, reaching up, gently bapping the top of the case, trying to see if it can get out. It says nothing. As you hear the mice as a culmination of arguments. Far too many to keep track of. This is the parrot's turn. It is now the hamster's turn. I don't know why I said gerbil. I'm blaming Rodney for it, because he said it was an ugly gerbil. Who's gone? Katie's gone?
Don't hate on the gerb.
Also, the parrot's name is Crackers. I've decided to name him.
Well, Crackers is a frickin' instigator and an asshole.
Yes, he is.
Did any of what I just said come through, or did my thing cut out?
Your thing
I feel
cut
like
out.
your thing cut out. Yeah.
Okay, great. Good to know. Well, what did I miss then?
You heard Crackers start to instigate. That's the parrot. As he starts to say that Mallow, the lab rat, is one of the only people that actually get to go out of their cage because they're special, and Miss Day particularly likes them. Hearing the sounds of the mice start chittering and arguing over Miss Day, the snake is now very much awake and starts bopping the top of his cage. And you see the spider, although impossible to hear from this distance, whispering. And the dog is now saying dog things. Like, people, what's that? What's over there? That's a thing. Does that thing make noise?
Alright then.
Meanwhile, while the parrot is instigating, a small hamster unlocks its cage and gets out. The hamster then casually meanders over to the meerkat.
What?
As Hamilton gets out.
Why is he meandering towards me?
He goes, you'll see, just hold on, give me a second, as he starts fiddling with your cage. Since it was Hamilton's turn, it is now, this is how the popcorn game goes, and since I'm the DM, I have to choose who goes next. Since all the rest of you have all gone. The next person is going to go, is going to be... it's going to be Cam.
Give me something to eat, eventually.
Oh wait, Cam had to go get Emily.
Oh, is
Cam's
Cam
not
gone?
here.
Mom's out running around. Maybe you could text her and get her to bring you something.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So on their turns, Crackers is going to instigate. The mice chitter and argue. They're not able
Are you
to
not
open
gonna take
their
the dog?
cages. Huh?
The dog can't open the door. Wait, nope. There's
Dog can't open the door. So the dog is talking, making noise. He's
No,
making
no.
a
I'm
lot
talking
of
about.
noise.
I'm talking about my dog.
Oh,
My
okay.
dad came in to
Oh,
see
okay.
what we saw.
This dog can't get out of his cage either.
Ah.
The snake bops the top of its cage, trying to see if it is unlocked. The spider can't reach the top of its cage. The mice are arguing, and the badger and the fox are both asleep, as well as the monkey in the middle of the cage, in the middle of the room. So it goes back to, I believe, Katie.
Alright. Okay.
It is now
let's
9:30.
see. Oh, shoot. Okay. Alright, so, we don't have a lot of time. If anyone wants to leave, and Bun Bun goes over to the snake's cage. It's time to be free. As I start trying to unlock the snake's cage.
Don't do that! Don't do that! No! No! Don't do that! No! Don't let it free!
Do you think it's a good idea to let the snake out?
As you hear the menagerie of mice screaming in fear. As the snake simply gently rears its head to the top of the cage, waiting to see what you will do.
Mallow, you said snakes eat mice, didn't you?
Yes, but specifically that one. That one eats mice, and hamsters, and rats, and anything that scientist decides to put in its cage. If I were you, Bun Bun, I would leave Mr. Monty alone.
Well, I mean, we're all intelligent creatures. Perhaps in exchange for not eating any of the mice that are intelligent or any are trying to kill us, possibly. I don't know. What if, and Bun Bun looks down at the snake's cage, we give you other things to eat? Like, say, people. People sound tasty. Probably. I tend to eat mostly hay, so I can't really attest to that. But they do seem like they would be a lot of filling meat.
The snake casually turns its head, just an angle, to the side. as if it is contemplating what you are saying. But Mr. Monty says nothing. You know his name is Mr. Monty because that's what it says on his research notes on the front of his cage. Mr. Monty has never spoken to you.
Isn't Monty the name of the?
Python?
No. I'm pretty sure Monty was the name of the snake guy from Lemony Snicket, Uncle Monty.
Yes, it is also a joke from Monty Python, which is where both of those references came from.
Oh, okay. I thought you were making a Lemony Snicket's joke.
Lemony Snicket was making the same joke that we are.
Yes, Lemony Snicket was making a reoccurring joke.
I see.
Monty simply waits to see what you were doing.
Well, would you like to get out and not eat us? Just, if you don't say anything, I'll go get the dog out, and then we'll see if you want to agree to a tentative truce.
Wait, who let the dogs out?
No!
Who?
Dog!
Who?
Dog! The hamster
I wait.
casually says, the dog hasn't woken up yet. If you let him out, he'll probably try to play with you. And not in the fun way. Sorry, that's not Hamilton's voice. He'll probably try to play with you. And not in the fun way.
I know, but...
Play!
Okay, how about this?
Play!
Has anyone else agreed to the revolution yet?
Your friends have not entirely agreed to the revolution. The mice absolutely have. And you see one of the mice that look different than the others, covered in patches with massive ears, go, let me out! I'll go! Let me out! And then you hear the other ones go, we'll help, absolutely, we'll help! As they all start talking over each other.
Alright, excellent!
You
Take
can't
us
hear
to the
what the
revolution.
spider says. The spider's whisper is too small, but if you got really, really, really close, it might be able to say something to you.
I will check on you in a minute, friend. I'm gonna go, saying anything. I'm gonna go release the mice.
Okay, so the mice are approximately, let's say 4 feet in the air right now. They're on a table, and the mice's only way out are via a top case. And the top case currently has several books on top of it because the mice have already tried to get out multiple times.
Ah, I see. Heavy things. Alright. As Bun hops up to the table with my bunny legs.
Bunny legs.
I hop onto the table and I hop onto the cage, and I would like to use my athletics to add to my pushing ability as I try to push the books off.
Okay, go ahead and roll me a check. I will say that this will be a challenge. It probably will be superbly difficult.
Okay. See here. What the heck?
It's okay, I'm doing
Oh,
this on purpose, guys, because I'm about to tell you the next mechanic.
I don't know how this works.
You don't simply fail like you do in D&D.
Oh, shoot. I pressed the button way too many times. Okay, my first one was a 0. So I add my +4 to that, so I have a +4.
Okay,
So I got a 4 in total, I think.
that's a good roll. Unfortunately, being superbly difficult, it's not good enough. Now the question is, Katie, would you rather like to fail or to succeed at a minor cost?
I'll fail as my feet kind of slip out from under me and I do a little bunny tumble.
All right, you bunny
but-
tumble. You're now back on the ground.
Ow. Okay, just a second. And I'll wait, and I'll pass my turn on to Mallow as I ask for advice on how to push heavy things.
I'm not baiting any jump scare. Fuck off. Oh, you mean the spider? Hey, if you're not afraid of spiders, you have nothing to fear itself. All right. With that, Katie, who goes next?
You. Mallow.
Me? Okay.
Yes. Bud Bud asks you for advice on how to push heavy things.
Well,
Many things, but Bud Bud is not smart.
I don't know anything about pushing heavy things. I know that when Miss Day has a hard time moving the table, she usually gets some help off of the intercom. But I don't think we should use the intercom.
Okay, well,
Whether or
in
not
that
you know what
case-
an intercom is entirely up to you.
Is that the magic box that people talk out of?
Yes,
The
that's the
humans-
magic box. You know that Mallow is unusually smart when it comes to human devices.
I see. Alright, well, I know what I'm doing for my next turn.
All right. The next person to go is going to be Hamilton. Hamilton does two things. He is going to go ahead and... Jesus Christ, as soon as I find him. All right. He is going to unlock the meerkat's cage. And then he's going to go to this cabinet over here and start fiddling with it. Come on, get over here. I'm going to need your help.
Get some food.
And with that, James, it is your turn. James? Did I lose you? James? Is he gone? Is he no longer awake?
Nope.
Did we lose him?
He's still here. He's still on the call.
Huh.
Ah, just kidding. Alright, I guess it's not James's turn. Then in that case, it is going to be... let's go ahead and make it... Is Cam still gone?
Cam's still gone.
Alright, it's gonna be your turn, Steven.
Okay.
Is there anything you want to do? Want to say?
Yeah. Mallow is like Mallow's cage is unlocked, right? She's
Yes.
just like sitting in it.
Yes.
You better let me out so that we can go get the package things for Hamilton, so he'll go back in.
I know you're right. I just didn't want you to be. Alright, real quick. And Mallow didn't actually take a turn.
Yeah.
So we're gonna go ahead and move her now. Alright, your cage is now unlocked.
Okay. I will get out of the cage, stretch, and then flap over to Hamilton.
Katie, you know that it's easier for Fidget to convince Mallow to do things because Fidget is Mallow's carry-on.
Ah, yes. Right.
Alright, and you said you're gonna flap over to Hamilton?
Yeah.
Okay. That's how relationships work in the game. If that wasn't... Did that help?
Yes.
Okay, good.
What do you even think they have in here this time?
Oh, I
Last time it was just a bunch of rappers.
hope they've got the Yogos. Oh, and there's this one guy, when he comes in, he puts like, kind of cakes, like a zebra cake in here. It's pretty great. I don't know what a zebra is, but man, are they delicious.
I'll fly to the top of the cabinet.
Okay, you go to the top of the cabinet, and indeed, there are multiple snackies hidden behind the animal food. to
Is
include
there-
Twinkies, zebra cakes, like the coconut puffs, all sorts of different snacks back here. It is now
Is
9:45.
there his yogurt
Oh, jeez.
things?
There are Yogos in here. Yes.
I'll drop him a couple of Yogos then.
Aw, yeah! Man, you're the best. What would I do without you?
And then I will grab a Twinkie and fly back over to Matt.
You fly with a challenge as you go over there with a Twinkie. It's a heavy
then
Twinkie.
I'll drop it in front of Mal, then I'll go back and sit on my stalk.
Okay.
Aww.
Well, she told me that I had to do it quickly and then come back.
Alright. With that, so I'll go ahead and move you back. Steven, whose turn is it next? Remember, the NPCs have to go as well.
Brisby's turn.
Brisby. Alright. Brisby goes, oh, just like you. I don't know what Brisby's gonna sound like, Steven.
Hey. Well, you've done it now.
It's gotta be a voice you can say too. Do you want Brooklyn?
Sure.
Alright. Brooklyn. I don't know how to say it. I'm walking here. It's just like you to help out your friend. I can't do accents. Brisby's accent's gonna change throughout the game. Just deal with it. Of course the teacher's pet gets all the snacks. I see how it is. We see how it is, don't we? And you hear the mice cooing and cawing about the different things. About how unfair it is that the lab rat gets everything.
Sorry, I just imagine the mice. Go!
Stick a Twinkie into your cage. It won't fit through the top.
Oh, you can get through any kind of thing. You can get through tube socks and doors. You're not even trying us. Of course not. The only person that even bothered was the bunny. Frankly, bunny ain't good enough.
That is a very nice way to talk about the person who's trying to free you. As Bun whacks against the
You're
books
trying to
again.
free everyone. You're trying to free the snake over there. He's gonna eat everyone.
I mean, Crackers likes to knock things off tables. Maybe he could help.
I'm an asshole.
Oh, so he's a bird with the personality of a cat. Got it.
I like to go out of my way and knock over Miss Day's coffee cup because I'm a dick. Sometimes I shit on her notes. I'm assuming it is Cracker's turn next.
Yes.
Okay, he proceeds to instigate.
That's
Yeah,
what all
everybody
Cracker
see that?
does.
The bat helped the rat, but it didn't help anybody else. Or are they just peas in the pod? As you hear the mice being instigated further.
Listen, I understand that we're all upset. We can take it on the humans. But we shouldn't really take it out on each other. We're all trying to escape.
Okay, with that, Cracker's turn. Is James back?
Yeah, sorry. I went to go get food, so for all intents and purposes, we'll just say that my character, if Hamilton undid my cage, went to help him get snackies.
Yeah, okay, so that's what happened. So Hamilton did undo your cage, but the bat actually helped him get snackies because you weren't here. So your cage is now open, James. What do you want to do? You notice Hamilton is currently trying to snack on some Yogos that the bat has helped him get. You notice there are other human snacks in there as well.
Am I hungry?
Is your character hungry? This is one of the few times you get to snack on human snacks. You're in a cage. The only thing you're gonna get is, like, nutritional pellets.
My pellets.
The pellet's tasty?
No. Not even remotely.
That's unfortunate. What time is it?
It is 9:45.
So we got 15 minutes.
Well, time is moving at an interesting rate. Time is moving oddly quickly.
Do I know how to unlock cages?
The
If I'm
cage is
on the
already unlocked because Hamilton
I
unlocked the
know.
cage, but possibly.
I'm
You do have fingers.
I'm talking about other cages.
Depends on the cage, and you'd have to try to find out. Small cages like yours, or Hamilton's, or the Fennec Fox's, all open the same. So if you know how to open one, you know how to open them all. However, the mice, the snake, the spider, and the dog all have different ways of opening their cage, as well as the monkeys, but you haven't seen that one because it's on a table, so it's kind of hard to see from this angle.
Okay. So, because I'm a meerkat, I like to get up on high places
Okay.
and look around and scout things. So I'm going to try to do that. I'm going to try to get to the high ground in the room and have a look around.
Okay. You get to the high ground in the room. There are multiple places that are considered high, but the table is probably the best one. So you decide to climb up the table. There's a convenient chair there, so it doesn't take much effort. On top of the table, you see a multitude of different things. One, you see how all the cages are set up from this angle, to include the dogs. You also notice the plant that is on the side next to Hamilton's cage, that is a brilliant green. You notice that underneath the dresser that Hamilton is currently looking at, since he has eaten, he shoved all the yogos into his mouth. He's now currently looking at the the area to see if there's other snacks. On top of it is actually a faucet where you know that you get water from, because that's how they fill your stuff. Underneath Mr. Monty's case, there is another shelf. There's another dresser. You don't know what's in there. Hamilton doesn't normally go into that one, so you don't know what's in that one. You notice that there are little to no notes on the table, but you now see that the cage is locked unusually. As you see, not just a single latch, but you notice that there's a small padlock on it.
Okay, so this one has like an actual lock.
Because Jacquee is a monkey and knows how to open cages.
Oh yeah, they would take that precaution because opposable thumbs.
The monkey that you know as Sally is a friend of yours. You know that Sally has a daughter. The daughter isn't currently with her right now, and she's currently holding what now you can see from this angle appears to be a small rodent. You're thinking maybe a shrew. Somehow you know that.
It might be something that was native to my home place, where I'm from.
An elephant shrew? Maybe.
They're
I
both
have
in
no idea.
Africa.
Could be. But considering the fact you're from a zoo, I don't think so.
It could have been wild caught.
Probably not. How old are you?
It was never determined.
Okay. If you're wild caught, you're an interesting fella. I'll give you that. That means you came in over on a fucking ship. Or you were mailed.
Yeah.
It is modern. I guess it could have been mailed over. Alright, so that's what you see.
I was thinking that maybe I was poached.
Maybe. And brought to a zoo? Or maybe you were a pet that was confiscated. Ooh.
Or I was in the wild and someone just was looking for things for experimental purposes.
There's many things that the scientists would do. Going to Africa is not one of them.
But you have to bless the rains.
I don't think he's gonna bless anything. But it is agreed upon all the animals of this room, no one likes the scientist.
Okay.
No one likes him. Some people hate him so much that they'll actively attack him, including Mr. Monty.
which is
Hey,
actually
we
kind of
have
weird.
that in common! See,
It's
we
actually
should
kind of
release him.
weird that the snake will actively do that, because normally pythons and constrictors, they don't actually choose to bite something that they don't think they can eat. They usually just try to squeeze it to death.
Mr. Monty is aware that squeezing him will not do any effect. Mr. Monty is potentially smarter than the average snake, although he's never said so you're not really sure. Hamilton's not sure if he's woken up yet. He hasn't said anything, so he's not sure. He knows the dog hasn't.
Oh, they haven't, been,
woken up yet. That's how Hamilton describes it.
They haven't been given the, Oh, wait! Are you saying the snake is not intelligent yet?
We don't know yet. Hamilton has no idea, because the snake has never spoken to us.
I thought it was speaking to,
Nope, it just looked at Katie. That's all it did.
Then who was the one that was telling him that he ate things and that you should stay away?
Those are the mice.
For telling me that he ate stuff.
The mice were warning her not to open Monty's cage because Monty has eaten their kind, as well as other things. Monty will eat anything that is in his cage, as far as you know.
Okay. Alright.
Whose turn is it next?
Alright, I have to decide.
You get to decide.
Okay. Let's see who's in the room.
Bradley's in the room. And Bradley's new.
But Bradley isn't here yet.
Bradley's right there.
Oh, hi Bradley. Sorry, I had the chat minimized.
Fuck you, dude. I totally exist.
Hey,
I am not a figment of your imagination, asshole.
Hey, guess what, Bradley? Fuck off. It's your turn now.
Okay. Bradley. You
Yes.
wake up in the same cage you've woken up in multiple times. Things that you have missed today is Hamilton making his daily run to the shelf that has the human snacks in it.
Remind me which one's Hamilton, because I'm not tracking any of this.
Hamilton is the hamster. I didn't know I had to explain that one.
You should have named him Hamtaro.
I thought about it, but no. So Hamilton, and then Mallow, which is my character, also the rat, was warning people to get back in their cages, otherwise they're going to get in trouble. The bat, which is Stephen, also known as Fidget, flew out of his cage to help Hamilton, and then flew back in. James has gotten onto the top of the table to find one of our friends, Sally, the monkey, in a cage unconscious with a padlock on it. And currently Bun Bun is trying to open any cage because she wants to start the revolution against humanity.
Oh my
That's
god, not
much
this
what you've done.
again.
This is regular happenstance. This happens relatively often.
Alright. So... And I haven't, Did I tell you my character's name yet? I don't think I have.
What is your character's name?
Her name is Poppy.
Poppy? Very cute.
It's abbreviation for Penelope.
Aw. Well, Poppy, you are currently in your cage. Unlike the others,
There's a lot
you
of
do not
yelling.
have little fingers. You are now awake because of the conversations. And the mice, who are currently having quite a large argument with themselves, with everyone else, with anyone who will listen to, really.
An unusually large argument, or I deal with this every day and they are just,
The
imploding?
Mice are currently being heckled by the parrot, who is currently attacking the rat on the fact that she's the only one that gets to go out of a cage, because she's the special lab rat that gets tested a whole lot. So the mice are currently very upset. Also, the dog is barking.
I mean, it could be worse. It could be voiced by Gilbert Gottfried in a Disney movie.
Don't tempt me.
No, that's exactly what Poppy says. Just like from across the...
No! Poppy's modern! No! Alright.
Poppy's actually seen movies, apparently.
Poppy has seen movies. Disney
Poppy
movies.
has seen movies. Disney
Wow.
movies. She
Wow.
knows what Disney is.
Okay.
Oh,
Which makes sense, because,
Bradley,
therapist's pet.
Bradley,
Mm-hmm.
because you know, and you've seen Disney movies, you're
Yeah.
gonna get a kick out of my name.
Is his name Timon?
No, his name is Tim.
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 It's short for Timon.
All I'm gonna
Oh
say
my
is that
God.
Miss
Two of
Day
you are
had
the
a
only
lot
ones
of
that have
fun
seen
naming
movies.
all of you.
Yeah, my name is Tim.
Poppy, the name that is on your cage is not the name that you were given. Poppy
What's
was
on
the
the
name.
cage?
Poppy was the name that your owner gave you when you were
Yeah.
taken, confiscated. You were given a new name by the lab assistant here. She's nice, but that's not your name.
No, it's not my. What is the lab assistant calling me? Hold on.
I'm
trying to read it.
Probably something very cute. You can read it just fine. Well, maybe not from your angle.
That's what Poppy's trying to do. She's like trying to get angle on the tag.
It's kind of hard to read from this angle. You might have
Also-
to roll me a notice check.
I might have to roll a notice check.
So, there's a link, if you need it.
Yeah.
Or-
I'm working on it.
I'm about to say, there's a link that has the dice, or you can just use 46. And the 46 is 1, 2 is a -1, 3, 4 is a 0, 5, 6 is a +1.
So
you
it's
just use the
essentially.
Which does
Why you gotta give me so many options? Stop giving me so many options.
Steven said that I'm gonna out Steven. He said that James would be too dumb.
Oh, jeez. I'm actually still, allocating some of these points. Thankfully, Notice was one of the ones that I put points into.
It's basically the perception check. If you know anything about me being a dungeon master, it matters.
Yeah.
Perception's the most important skill in the game.
Oh, Cam's back.
Cam is back!
Hi.
Ba-ba-ba-bum. So, let's see.
From your
I
angle,
will-
you can see a chair, a table. You can see the meerkat above it because he's leaning over, looking around. You can see Mallow on the ground, currently having a conversation with the bat. The bat that is back in his cage. You see a parrot. These are all things you see from your angle. You can also see from to the left of you a spider
Okay.
that is in its cage. And you can see Hamilton on the ground, stuffing Yogos into his mouth.
Alright, everybody cut out for 5 seconds.
Hello.
Alright.
Hello.
Hi. Okay, cool. So I clicked the link.
Yep.
I got a +1,
Okay.
and that is an addition to the +2, so that's a +3.
Okay. You lean over just enough, and you're able to see your name. Your name. Someone name this fennec fox. What would you name a fennec fox?
Fluffy.
Fluffy. You
Kyle.
have Fluffy as your name. What was it, Cam?
Kyle.
Kyle.
I'll take Kyle over Fluffy.
Unfortunately, you've already said you're a girl fox, and the lab
Yeah.
assistant would know better. So your name is Fluffy.
There are women who are also named Kyle.
Not right now. They're not. They don't exist. Right
Fuck you. How dare you, how dare you not count my personal relationships with people?
Bradley, it could be worse. The second name I came up with was Madam Pooflesworth.
Keep that name for later.
Yeah, somebody needs to be
Keep
named
that name
that.
for later. All right. So, Poppy, you were in your cage.
Yes.
You have woken up to a menagerie of sounds. As you look at
Yeah.
the clock, it is 9:45. At 10, you know the scientist comes in. And you see all these people outside of their cages, and you know what happened to the last animal that got out. They were taken in the back and was never seen again.
And I can infer that they're probably dead.
They
You don't know.
They went to
I don't know, but I
farm?
can infer. It was implied. It was heavily implied.
No, you know
Can
that this
confirm
place.
if everything not inside is dead.
Well, let's not go that far. But
The badger wakes up.
So just screaming in my night terrors. Don't mind me.
You're more sarcastic than you are paranoid. I think that's fun.
As the badger wakes up.
So, how many creatures are currently outside the cage?
The meerkat, the rat, the hamster, and the bunny.
Okay. Oh god, not the bunny. The bunny's gonna be so hard to convince.
I mean, if it's
Okay.
revolution, she's down for it. Is it revolution?
What, Katie? I know
if it's
you.
Okay.
I know you spoke your character's name earlier, but I was in the car, kind of listening, and I don't
that's
remember what the name was.
Her name is Bun Bun.
Oh yeah, because my phone auto-corrected it to Bum Bum for some reason. Which I'm sure more than a few people have called you just to spite you and your revolutionary ideas. So
You know what? They'll come around eventually. It's fine. We're all part of the revolution eventually.
Fear
okay,
the
so
map.
Poppy is going to straighten up for like she's really groggy because she's been sleeping in today, and she looks at the clock. Doesn't process it first because there's so many noises, and then there's that oh shit look on her face.
Oh shit!
Like, uh-oh. And then she's just like, he starts yapping from the cage. Guys, the scientist is gonna come back soon. You do not want to end up like the last animal. And like, because she thinks Bun Bun is gonna be the hardest to convince, she's gonna shout, a revolution is useless without a leader. Think of your revolution. Get back in your cage before it's too late.
Could just kill him. I want to do that for months.
You are a
Mostly
bunny and they are bigger and stronger and more technically advanced than you are. You gotta play
Got it.
smart.
Well, that was
Rabbit.
convincing for a little while, at least.
Bradley. I just want. It is the rabbit! With huge teeth!
I don't know about you guys, but I personally know that usually about a couple minutes before Miss Day shows up before the scientist. So I really think we got a big deal.
Wait, the Hamilton said that Miss Day shows up early?
Mm-hmm.
Shit!
Okay. I'll be back, friends. As
Bradley,
Bun Bun pats the,
Who goes
Yeah.
the
next?
cage.
Who goes next?
Yep, because we're doing
Let's see, it
popcorn
was...
shit. I will say Cam
Let's see,
hasn't
it was-
gone yet, and several of the NPCs haven't gone yet.
Well, I'm gonna show my bias. Hey, Cam!
Alright, Cam's turn.
Oh fuck.
Alright,
Okay.
Cam, you wake up from your nightmares.
Into the new nightmare. Okay.
You see all the animals that are currently out of their cage.
What is in my cage with me?
Excellent question. As a badger, you've got some like hamster bedding, basically. So you've got rat bedding. You've got a little tube that you go to hide in or sleep in that's made of felt. You have a water bowl and a food bowl, both of which are mostly empty. You know that you'll get fed in 15 minutes.
Alright. How do I convince someone to let me out?
Let me out. Depends. Are you asking Bun Bun? Because it takes absolutely nothing.
But, I just told Bun Bun to get back in the cage.
What if we dummy lock our cages so they think they're locked and we all pounce at the same time and kill them?
I don't think we have
Aha!
enough time.
That's a great idea! Bun Bun
We would if
exclaims.
we hurry.
We do not have enough time. I've seen too many movies. We do not
I am
have
a
enough
ferret.
time.
My concept of time is minimal at best.
That is true.
Bun Bun? Freedom.
Is that your turn, Cam?
Yep. I
All
just went out of the cage.
So, unfortunately, it is not Bun Bun's turn. You will have to choose Monty, the spider, or the dog.
Oh god. Looks like I'm staying in the cage.
You'll have to choose one of those people to go next. And then once all of them have gone, it'll be a next round.
The spider.
Okay. The spider once again taps on its glass, reaching up, trying to reach to the top. You can tell it might be trying to talk to you, but if it is, you'd have to be much closer to hear. The spider picks Monty to go. Monty is currently staring at Bun Bun curiously, as you see its head slowly tilt to the side, waiting to see Bun Bun's actions.
Oh god, I love snakes. Yes.
I thought you would really enjoy this character. I put Monty in just for you, James. And then you hear the dog go, play, play, people, play, and then he stops. All of a sudden. Steven, because of your exceptional hearing, you hear the sound of a pager go off from the other room.
Is it my turn to say something? Or?
It's basically, so what this is a free action.
Mello, the beeping's back.
The beeping! The beeping is back, and about that time, the door opens.
Ah!
Oh, wait. We don't have another round to get back in our cages?
No.
I warned you.
I've only had like 2 rounds. Is it too early to invoke the bogus rule?
Well, James, you had several rounds, but someone was missing when their initiative was initially called.
I think the bogus rule was defied. Would anyone else like to chime in on the bogus rule?
What's the bogus rule?
It says that you can say this is bullshit at any time, and then it's up to the party to decide.
Nah, suffer.
Okay.
Do I need a round to hide in my ferret tube?
No.
Okay.
You hear the
cold.
sound
Behind the books?
of. You hear the sound of. Boop, 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 boop. Welcome to Nest. Please be sure to wipe your feet and pay attention to closed signal safety signs. Thank you. As the door opens, you see the kind of like mist from the other side. As the person who walks through is none other than Miss Day, also known as Hannah. As Hannah walks in, she goes, "Oh no, not again." She closes the door behind her, and she walks over to the small lab rat on the ground and goes, "You know you're not supposed to be out." The rat easily allows her to pick her up, put her back in her cage, and closes the door. She then turns to the meerkat.
I choose to play dead.
James, it is your turn. You fall on the ground and go,
I choose to play dead very badly. Just, I am
Dramatic fall down.
dying to not much longer for this world.
I want you to think of a meerkat doing that, but without the English. Just squeak, 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 squeak. That's so funny. Okay. So, you play dead. James, who goes next?
Who goes next? Who's still... Dip, diddly damn it. Okay.
I don't think that's an option.
The diddly.
I don't think that's a person.
I mean, Hamilton and Bun Bun are both still out of their cages.
Yeah, I'm gonna give Hamilton a chance to get back to his cage.
Okay.
Okay then.
Hamilton.
Katie, you'll be fine. You're cute and fluffy.
I'm vicious.
You are cute and fluffy and vicious.
Hamilton looks at Miss Day, and then jumps into the area with snacks.
Distraction!
And you hear Miss Day or Hannah start to giggle and go, "No, Hamilton, you can't be in there with the snacks. Do you have any idea how big you would be if I let you eat anything you wanted? Oh my goodness, and what are you doing, little Tim? You silly thing. Possums play dead, not meerkats." You're so smart.
don't know that.
All right.
Okay, when did Umbrella hire a Disney princess?
The next person to go is Katie.
Excellent.
She's gonna die brutal. I'm just saying.
It's gonna be sad.
Bun Bun, now that this human has entered, would like to make her move.
Okay.
She leaps
The wheels are in motion.
onto Hannah's back.
Oh, okay.
What?
I'm gonna need you to roll an athletics check to leap up onto Hannah's back.
Let's see if this works. Okay, so that's +4. Back to the dice. Yep.
Oh God, Doom. Why are you
Okay,
like
so that's
this?
That's a 4. Because I got a 0.
Unfortunately, a jump that high would be superbly difficult. So, would you like to succeed at a minor cost, or would you like to fail?
I'll just fail.
Okay. You slide off of her back, unfortunately
Cries
only
in
making it
Viva
about
la
thigh
Revolution.
high. Huh? What'd you say?
Bun Bun slides down, screaming, "Viva la Revolution!"
Squeak, squeak, squeak! Viva la revolution! Alright, you slide off. As you're about to fall onto the ground, she catches you, and she goes, "Oh my goodness, what a terrible fall. Do you have any idea how much danger you would have been in if you'd fallen on your back? Oh, you adventurous little thing," as you're kicking and screaming and fighting her. You've got so much energy, don't you? I keep telling him. I honestly do. I keep telling him that you need to have a runway, a place where you can adventure. No wonder you have so much energy. And with that, she takes you back to her. He takes you back to the cage.
I did nothing.
And she closes the lock.
To let me murder her were appreciated, but it did not work. I am sorry. I have failed you all.
The fucking Leroy Jenkins. Alright. As she walks over to the table, she looks at the monkey, and her smile as she's laughing at how cute all of you are, she stops immediately, and she goes, "Well, that's not right. That's not right at all. You should have woken up by now." And she walks over and she pulls a key out from her pocket and she unlocks the monkey's cage. As she does, she picks up Sally, Jackie's character, and she goes, "Are you alright? You're breathing. Your heart's beating. That's good." And about that time, this door over here unlocks. And you see the doctor.
Oh, this asshole.
As soon as the door opens, the meerkat, James, the monkey kicks from her hands, slips through her hands, and she goes, "Oh!" as the monkey runs straight through the legs and out into the hallway. The scientist, who is wearing a full mask with glasses and a shield covering with gloves and all white, simply turns and looks back at Miss Day.
Oh, when did she put me back in my cage? I was going to use a reaction to snuggle.
A reaction to snuggle? Sure. You use hold on here. You use your reaction to snuggle. The scientist looks at Miss Day and goes, "This is why we follow instructions. Now you can spend the rest of your day finding that test animal and bringing it back." Her. "Excuse me?" "Yes, sir." And she puts the meerkat back in the cage, and runs out the room.
Never mind, he dies first.
Yes.
I told you guys would hate him. Alright, and with that, Hannah leaves. The scientist makes his rounds around the room. As he turns over, and he slowly but surely walks around the room, making his notes on each side. He inspects everyone closely without opening the cages. Leaning in with his full glasses that against the light brim so that you can't even see the color of his eyes. He goes all the way around, and the parrot squawks at him, and he does like the jump back from like a like the first jump scare of the game, basically. As he goes, he leans into the parrot, and the parrot goes, and he backs up, and he writes some notes on the parrot's notes.
He's just like,
starts walking
parrot,
over.
still a dick.
Still a dick. Walks over to the fox.
Bud. Oh, sorry.
Walks over to the meerkat. Stops. And walks back over to the hamster's cage. He looks at the cage, clearly unlocked. Looks down. And looks at the open door of snacks. And walks over to the snack room. What does everyone want to do?
Not Hamilton. We like Hamilton, I think.
You do like Hamilton. Hamilton's a very nice person.
As far as I'm concerned.
So Hamilton is... Where is Hamilton?
Hamilton is currently hiding in the snack drawer.
Oh, well then I'm going to scream and squeal and run around my cage. You know, like Thursday.
Alright, you start being really, really annoying.
I help.
I would like you. Oh, you help? What was that, Steven? Did you talk to? No, I guess not. Alright. So you start kicking at the cage. You start screaming and running around your cage. What is everybody else doing?
Join me in annoyance.
You say aloud.
Cages flush against the wall, or is there space behind?
There is no space behind the cages. They are flush against the wall. However, there is space behind the little shelving cabinets. And there is space behind Monty's cage and the spider's cage, because they're on separate, kind of like little tables. The rest of the cages are built into the walls.
How far is the snack room?
The snack drawer is right here, where Hamilton is.
Hold on.
He's currently hiding in the snack drawer.
Might help if I'm actually like looking at your. Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
How good are you at throwing, Mallow? I know you have. You're very proud of.
I can't hear you, Steven. I've lost you entirely.
I heard something about how good is Mallow at throwing things. That's what I heard.
Yeah, that's what Fidget asked.
Oh, how good are you at throwing things?
Yeah.
I might be half decent. You want me to throw something at the scientist?
Not at him. just as I look at the Twinkie that I brought over to us.
All right, I'll try. I'll try my best. So, Mallow attempts to throw. She has no bonuses in shoot. She gets a 2, fair. She's able to get it out of the cage. As it lands, not too far, but far enough that it isn't directly in front of her cage, as it slides underneath the table. The scientist, hearing the screaming, panicking, and sound of slapping, and kicking
Vigorous slapping
from behind him, is distracted as he turns and walks back over here. As that happens, Hamilton, very carefully, moves like a bitch and closes his cage door. As the scientist hears the sound, he walks back over here to find a sleeping hamster inside of his cage with a very large cheek. The scientist makes its notes, walks back over to one of the mice.
The scientist may or may not be the most intelligent.
And moves. Yes.
Although Resident Evil villains aren't really that intelligent.
No.
So
not
you
when
can
they're
walk.
infected.
You can slap Lady Dimitrescu's ass, run into the next room, and be safe.
Also, Ramrod the Wizard says, "Tell me one female named Kyle."
I know Kyle married
the
to
suggested
somebody.
name for the Fennec Fox was Dick McFist First the Fox.
I don't think Hannah would name you that, to be honest
Short
with you.
for Richard.
Oh. I was like, that's a very Scottish name. All right, I didn't know we had Scottish foxes.
Anyway, he walks over to the mice and he puts the books to the side. He then opens the mice cage, and the mice are running everywhere, trying their best to get around. And he grabs one of the mice and pulls them out, closes the cage, and puts the books back on. He then pulls over under the dresser of the snake and pulls one of the dressers out, pulls out what appears to be something small and simple. What appears to be a piece of plastic only about this big. He pulls something out from his pocket, and you know exactly what this is as soon as you see it. It's a tube. As you see the small item pull out, and you see a needle. As he attaches the needle to the tube, the mice squirming in his hand as he's holding it way too tight, as it is squealing in pain. As he slowly undoes the needle, pulls the needle from. The needle's way too big for this mouse. It'll go straight through its body. As he stabs the mice, screaming, squealing in pain, the mice in the cage have stopped. All the noise have stopped. As he fills it with whatever you can assume it may be. And he waits. And he waits. And he waits. As the mouse slowly but surely stops moving, simply kicking, he opens Monty's cage, and he drops the mouse in Monty's cage, and closes it. He then turns and walks out the door.
Oh, did he not want to do live feeding? Or did he want to specifically dose him? Alright.
I think he's testing for something.
You don't know. The scientist has never had a conversation with you like Miss Day does. Although Miss Day does not understand you, she does talk to you sometimes.
Is that normal that the scientist does this with the mice?
This happens relatively often, yes. But it's not always with mice. You are the only rabbit left in here. I am the only rat.
Katie, if you need to know, snakes can eat maybe once a week, once every 2 weeks, depending on the size of the meal. Depending on the size of the meal.
You think he might feed Monty more than that. Although it's unsure to the amount of exactly how much. Monty is a big snake. I should establish that.
Oh, okay. Then Monty might be a little bit of a...
Monty's a big snake.
Yeah, big snake, small meals. Understandable.
So, and with that, he closes the door. As you hear the door close, but not latch.
Haha! This will prove to be the human's undoing!
And with that,
As Oh, sorry.
No, you're fine. It'll be the humans undoing! With
Say
that,
that out loud.
you hear Hamilton say, "You have no idea how much I owe you guys. That was scary. I almost lost it there."
Yep. You almost lost quite a lot.
So,
Anything for a fellow comrade.
you still want to get out of here?
Wait, is the bunny Russian?
As Bun just... Oh, sorry.
I'm imagining the bunny now with a Russian accent.
Your door has been closed and locked again because Miss Day put you back.
I need help. Can you help me? As Bun just tries to shove her face through again.
Okay. Steven, if you want to put some form of sound on the sound of animals escaping.
Are you not a fan of the lab music anymore?
The lab music is fine, but the scene has changed. The scene has changed.
Okay.
I just imagine the sneaky music for Metal Gear Solid. Dun, 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 dun.
With that, I'm going to let Hamilton go first. Hamilton gets out of his cage and runs over to Bun Bun, who then unlocks Bun Bun's cage.
Yes!
Bun Bun, it's now
Anarchy
your turn.
shall reign! Bun Bun would like to go try to free the mice again.
Okay? Bun Bun goes back up to jump to the mice. You notice that the mouse that was just affected, dosed, is still there. Monty has not eaten it yet. You notice Monty is instead looking at you.
Oh, well, he's about to see me not do great because I got a 3 to try to knock the books off again.
Once again, they are simply not strong enough. Monty, no longer interested in looking at you, turns at the mouse that is unable to defend itself. Oh, the music has changed, that's why. Okay. Katie, who goes next?
Since Monty just did a thing, let's go with Monty.
Okay. Are you sure?
Alternatively, we'll go with, Hank.
Hank. Okay. Hank.
That was quite the switch there.
Bradley, make rhythm work. He's taking a mood.
That's when you boot him out and then you invite him back in.
I did that already.
What the fuck?
Several times.
Anyway, Hank. Cam. Are you gone?
Yes.
It is your turn. It looks like the hamster and the rabbit are making a run for it. You also notice that the mouse that was hit with something is still alive, and the snake has not eaten it yet.
How far away from the snake is the mouse?
When the snake is able to move, it will be within eating distance. So the party has about one round.
And I'm still locked in?
You were locked in. Well, did you leave? No, yeah, you're still locked in.
Shit.
You can hold your turn and suggest someone else to go before you.
I would like to do that.
Okay, who would you like to go before you?
The bat.
Okay. Steven! Steven, the badger is currently calling for you.
Calling for me?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. Hello?
I
How'd
believe
that?
you went back into your own cage.
Yeah,
So your cage may not have necessarily been entirely locked.
true.
Okay.
So, yes.
Steven, are you like really far away from your mic?
No, I'm not really far away from my mic.
Okay.
Hold on. Better?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. Hello?
Badger, you have to speak to him.
I only heard hello.
Okay.
How can I help?
Is your door locked?
No?
Do you have thumb things?
Technically?
Bats aren't really strong in the whole thumb department.
They don't even technically have
just-
hands.
I just
best
need him
thing
to
that-
open
the
my
best thing that they have is little. They have little spindly fingers and like one.
I'll swing open my door.
Okay.
And then, like, back your
I can't hear you. I heard
That's
swing
really-
open my door.
Yeah? Hello? Anything?
Can you free me, bat?
Hello?
There you go. I
Hi.
can hear you now. Hello?
Hold on. Yes, I'm doing something.
Okay. Also, I know where this is from, Bradley. How could you?
It wasn't Bradley.
Didn't
I
do
know where
it.
this is from, Stephen. How could you?
Don't blame me for things.
Discord sucks.
Hey, Bradley. Guess what? It's
Hey,
all your fault.
okay.
Yes.
I crawl across the front of your cage instead of flying,
Okay.
because I assume it's a cage and not a glass thing.
Yeah, it's a cage.
Okay. And I'll slowly crawl my way over to where the badger is, and like look at him through his bars.
Okay. You have looked at him through his bars.
What? Hello?
I'm gonna get a drink. I'll be right back.
This is what you see through your bars.
Can you unlock this cage?
How is the cage locked?
The cage is locked
Oh,
by a
is-
simple latch. Basically, it's one of those little like pet latches where it goes down, so it goes up and then out.
Oh, this is where they cheaped out. Okay.
I'll grab it with my teeth and try to pull it up by crawling upwards.
Ooh, could be a challenge.
Oh dear.
Could be a challenge opening up. You might have
Guys.
to roll for it.
Guys,
Can I assist?
I think the Dungeon Master is trying to force you to cooperate to make rolls easier.
Maybe.
I think the Dungeon Master wants to show you more mechanics of the game.
I'm sure they do. What do I roll for it?
Tutorial level.
So there's multiple skills that will work for this.
Is athletics?
Athletics could be. I would say more like academics, because this is using a mundane object.
Academics?
hmm
Is that what academics is?
Academics is knowing mundane things, such as
Holy
medicine,
shit.
computers.
Holy shit. Okay.
I'll
Mallow has a very high academics.
I was gonna say I'll drop from my cage. I'll drop from the cage and glide my way towards Mallow's and just look at them doing the big bad eyes. Being like, I don't know how the lock works.
You cannot be serious. He just... Alright, fine. Just please go back. And she pulls herself out of her cage, walks over to the badger, and Mallow unlocks you. Cam, now you can go.
Sweet.
What would you like to do?
I'd like to approach the rat, but still stay far enough away that it's not, like, danger.
The rat?
Yeah.
The mouse in the cage, right? With the snake?
Yep.
Okay. So, he's in a cage, so if you are outside the cage, you are in no danger.
Alright, then I'm gonna get a first-hand show of this shit.
Is that actually what you're gonna do?
I mean, did anyone else want out? Because I don't know if ferrets can actually do anything about locks.
So, the badger gets out of his cage, and goes, oh boy, can't wait to see this! As he crawls up, and he does this at the cage. Anybody else want to see? The mice are
we have to breathe!
are absolutely appalled. Cam, who goes next?
Fox?
Okay, Bradley. You have
Badly?
cause. Bad.
Yeah, but this is like a normal bolt latch, right?
This is a
Where
bolt
you gotta
have
like
to go
slide and
out
push it
and
over?
out. Yes.
Bap.
You bap it?
I bap it.
Well,
I know I could do it.
would you like to
I mean, like,
attempt
it's as
to
simple
bap
as,
the
like,
lock?
because, like, this is a normal cage, it's like a little sand floor, but also, like, something solid that I can't just dig a hole straight through, because...
Yes, no, it's definitely metal at the bottom.
Good, because otherwise I would be able to dig 20 feet straight down.
Yes, it is definitely metal.
They've thought of that.
So, you wish to bap at the simple latch.
Well, like, yeah, like, if I can, like, if it's just, like, at the door, in theory, I can get my paw under there and kind of, like, push up and, like,
Absolutely.
forward.
I've seen cats do this, and I've also seen dogs do this. So roll to bap.
Roll to bap.
Roll to bap, and I'll let you
Where
pick your
is
skill as
your-
long as it makes sense.
Well, I got academics.
Yeah, academics will make sense. Using a mundane item
Okay.
is what academics does.
I'm
Knowing
looking for your
medicine,
link.
Things like that.
I'm looking for your link under the sea of fucking gifts. Jesus Christ,
I have
people.
it stayed open. I have a tab.
How did I do? Alright, so...
I'm back
Yeah.
from getting a drink.
It's okay.
The roll
Nothing has changed,
put me...
except the mouse is going to die.
So the roll put me at a -1,
Oh, that's
but
not
I
good.
got a +4.
Okay, you got a +4, so that's a 3.
That's a 3.
So, oddly enough, that makes it.
Stupid fucking latch piece of shit. Just push the...
You could say that it was a
Push the
fair challenge. Okay. As
As
you...
opposed to an unfair challenge?
A fair challenge. As it does, you bap the lock open, oddly enough. You bap the latch open. You are now free!
Okay.
Freedom!
Yeah, freedom. Because
And you can move.
I've noticed that there. Yay! I'm gonna get out for a second.
Where do you
Stretch my
want
legs. Where do I want to go?
Yep.
I want to inspect that door that didn't latch. That door that didn't lock.
You go inspect the door. Alright.
Yeah.
Who do you want to go next, Bradley?
Let's see. Cam's gone. Mal's gone. Fitch is gone. James, the fuck is your meerkat's name?
Tim.
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 Tim, do shit.
They
Be brave.
may call me Tim.
I half expect you to say
What's
Also
this
known as the
meerkat?
chocolate axe.
What's this meerkat's name?
Alright, you.
I regret nothing.
Tiffany, what do you want to do?
Tiffany, do stuff. Stop referencing things. Before we do start calling you Tiffany.
Hey, if you start calling me Tiffany, I will be the chocolate
James!
axe.
Do something. Do something. Do something.
Alright, well, I'm a tad bit interested in some of the things that are around and in the room, but I can't look at them unless I'm out of my cage.
Yes.
So I'm assuming when the pretty nice lady put me back in my cage, that she latched it closed.
She absolutely did, yes.
So I would like to fiddle with the lock with my meerkat hands.
You fiddle with the lock. Do meerkats have thumbs?
I feel like they might. Hang on.
Someone
Let me Google that.
meerkat hands. Because if you have, like, little rat hands, you don't need to roll. But if
I'm
you have
assuming
claws, then you do need to roll. You see how this works? Yeah. You could say that it's a special aspect of the game. Ah!
I'm not gonna lie, it looks like a paw with long-ass claws on it.
Is it a paw?
So you got claws, but not no thumbs.
More like a badger. Alright, so yes,
Okay,
roll to back the lock.
It looks like I have a paw, but the fingers are more elongated.
It's over their claws.
So I have
claws.
I have a paw with like spindly fingers and claws.
Okay. Well, you have a paw then.
But I don't see an opposable thumb of any sorts.
Alright, back the lock. Roll to back.
The roll thingy.
Fiddle with the lock. You could say it can be a fair challenge to open this hatch.
So fate dice roller. Do we just roll it? Like, how do we see if it's rolled?
You click it.
You click it.
Okay, if I click it and
the gray squares.
Okay, so I just click the link and it does it automatically?
No, get on the link and then touch one of the gray squares.
One of the gray squares. Okay. Oh, okay. It says I got mediocre.
That's not good.
So I got a zero. It's a 0. It's flat.
Okay. What skill are you using?
What skill am I using?
Mm-hmm. Academics obviously works.
Academics.
Mm-hmm. Because it's a mundane item.
Okay. Do you have a PDF that has like what these skills are good for?
Yes, there's an entire link actually.
Okay. Because I don't necessarily know which ones I would need to put points into in order to make myself
James, we've already gone past that point.
I'm aware.
Everybody got to the skills.
I'm aware, Melissa, but we've established that I'm not good with these sorts of things.
All right, look. There's a couple different options. Academics is mundane, everyday human knowledge and education, including history, sciences, and medicine. I will also count this as mundane items because we're animals. So academics absolutely counts.
Okay.
I could also count burglary. Bypass security systems, pickpockets, and generally commit crimes.
Okay.
Yeah, I would say academics or burglary.
Okay, so not not athletics or physique or...
I wouldn't say so, unless you can argue why. Because that's all about fate, too, if you can argue it and it makes sense.
It's like when you asked me, can I roll a charisma check to balance gracefully on a table?
I mean, yeah, that's pretty much... Yeah, that's like...
And I said, you know what? Fuck it, fine. Make your case!
I think that with athletics, it can be argued that this could be an athletics check because it's less of, do I know how this works, It's more of a dexterity puzzle where I'm trying to figure it out and do it more like a, trying to fiddle with it until it opens.
You're
It's less of
backing at it randomly, hoping it'll work.
Yeah, it's less of I know exactly. I don't know exactly how this works.
Anyone
but I feel like
anyone disagree with that?
I feel like if I fiddle with it enough, I can get it to open.
So,
I mean,
you are literally when Melissa says "bap the lock,"
he's quite
you are
literally bapping at it. He's bapping at it, hoping that it'll go through.
You are slap fighting that lock.
He's slap fighting the lock. Does anyone disagree with this notion?
No, this is hilarious. I want to see if it works, and then I want to roll. I want to see him roll
to bap the lock latch. It's not a lock. Roll to bap the latch.
Do I keep the roll that I had before, or
no? It's mediocre, right? So what's your athletic score?
My athletics is. Hold on. Athletics. Was that one of the ones that I was going to put points into?
James.
What?
We've passed character creation. What skills have points in them?
None of them.
Alright, I'm skipping you. When you figure out what you need, we'll come back to you. Looks like I think everybody on that has gone. So, who was next? It was Hamilton. Because no one else can move. Oh, it's the snake. No, it's the snake's turn.
Yeah, it is.
Circle of life.
It's the circle of life. All right, no one managed to get into his cage. And with little to no effort whatsoever, the snake gobbles up the mouse. Nom 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 nom. The mice are horrified. They will remember this.
Listen, I'm doing my best to get them free.
Hamilton
I'm not good at this.
Ooh, that's not great. But if we're gonna leave, we should probably leave now.
I see Hamilton's a bit of a neutral character.
With that, he runs over to the Fennec Fox and awaits what you guys are going to do next. And with that, let's do Katie.
Bun Bun is cursing in squeaky noises as she is trying again to get the damn books off.
All right.
Would
James,
somebody like to help me?
While we're doing this, figure out what your skills are.
I don't know where.
I don't figure it out.
I don't know where the link is.
Diddly dang.
James, it's on the character sheet. It literally
I know,
says.
But I don't know where the link is that has the descriptions.
Oh dear God! All right, hold on. Here, I will give it to you again.
I don't know where you posted it the first time. Remember, I woke up late.
Yep. All right, there you go. There's a link. Anyway,
Okay. Melissa, may I directly send you the semblance of a character sheet, or do you just want me to hang on to it?
you can just hang on to it.
All right.
I know you really did show up late, so you get a pass.
I appreciate it.
Whenever it gets to me, I would like to assist Bun Bun.
All right, you assist Bun Bun.
Well, I mean, but I rolled a 7, so I don't actually need assistance now.
Rolled a 7? Hold on, how did you roll a 7?
My +4 athletics, plus the 3 that I just rolled.
Oh, that's awesome.
So I got a 7.
Hold on. Let me see. All right, so it's...
Yeah, for this stage...
Okay, so you succeed, but not with style.
For this in the game, that's pretty freaking amazing.
That's a big deal. Yeah, 7. So, as Bun Bun pushes on their own, they create an epic feat as they push through the books, and all the books land onto the ground. You did not succeed with style, so you just succeeded.
I mean, success is still good.
With that, the mice are saying, "Lift up the lid! Lift up the lid! Let us out! Let us out!"
I do.
Okay. They go everywhere. They go everywhere. They use each other as a bridge as you see them all start running out of the cage. As you see way too many mice that should be in a cage, you can tell that he definitely did not take care of these guys. All leaving.
Oh, okay. When you said that she was pushing something, I thought you said she was pushing books, but you said bricks.
Okay. I did.
Okay, so you were trying to remove the weights that were keeping the crate closed. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
So with that, the mice are free. They will remember this.
I don't like it when you say that like that, Melissa.
Katie, who goes next?
I give a thumbs up to Hank, who I guess was watching Monty eat that poor mouse.
Hank, it's your turn, you really horrible person.
I've never got to see it. I've always seen it from across the room. I've always wondered what happens.
And of course, you're just like.
It turns out it's terrifying.
Metal.
Yeah.
Cam, do you have an aspect that involves that?
It involves me just seeing weird shit.
Just being particularly cold, yes.
I am very selfish and only care about my own survival.
Oh, is that true?
Yeah.
Awesome. Steve, Cam, I'm gonna go ahead and give you a retroactive fate point for being a terrible person.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay,
that
so
will cause complications later.
Oh shit!
So almost half of these skills sit at 0 because there's a lot more than 10 because 10 is the amount that you put points in. Okay.
Okay, so with that is different from D&D. That is true. So Hank, what do you want to do? You terrible person.
So I have a question.
Yes.
Let me pull up my sheet here. I have a +4 for notice.
Yes.
Would notice let me see if there's anything happening in the room that would let us get out of the room?
Maybe. Would you like to roll notice?
Sure.
Okay.
Oh, no.
I guess it's not go well.
Yeah. Okay. So that's a 2 in total.
That's pretty bad.
Yeah, no, I'm real stupid.
That's pretty bad. Would you like to fail, or would you like to succeed with a minor cost?
So he got a -2 on his roll. That's pretty bad.
Oh yeah, it's terrible. I'll go ahead and just fail.
Okay. No one wants to succeed at a minor cost.
Guys, how are we going to learn about minor costs if nobody succeeds at a minor cost?
Fun thing. I haven't said succeed at a major cost yet.
Melissa, I will make you a deal.
Succeed at a minor cost.
How about next time I fail, which is probably soon, I'll take a minor cost.
I think everybody should make that agreement. Whoever fails next, we got to see how this works.
Well, it causes complications. I'll say that. Succeeding at a major cost is even better.
I was just afraid
I
wanted to save it. So that a locked door isn't what stops me.
Alright, so you notice you do not see anything. Nothing new in any way, shape, or form. With that, who goes next?
I would like... One second. Was it a hamster or a gerbil? What was it?
Hamilton?
Hamilton?
There it is.
Hamilton is a hamster, hence the name Hamilton.
Sorry.
I mean, you could have named him Gus Gus.
He was going to be Hamtaro, but alright.
That would have been so much better.
Fuck you! Alright, look, I had to choose a name.
He dies fatality.
I would have chosen Gus Gus.
Hamtaro is technically in the future.
Let's see.
And even though Miss Day is definitely into pop culture,
Everything is a
this is in
Disney
the
reference.
90s. I forgot. We
Yeah,
are
this
literally
is-
in
this is in-
1996.
yeah, this is in the past.
Oh, I also had forgotten about that.
Those
Just a
Resident Evil
little.
timelines are weird.
So
Timelines are weird.
This is PlayStation 1. Got it.
Yeah. All right. So you're gonna look at Hamilton.
What's he doing?
Hamilton is waiting.
Still
He
got a big
can't
cheek.
open the door by himself. Yeah.
Can I open doors, or am I just like,
Would you like to look at the door?
yes?
Okay. It looks like the door was not fully latched, which means it was not automatically locked, like you know it is. The little beepy on the side didn't turn red. It's still green. Which means, if theoretically, you put enough weight at the bottom and maybe pulled the handle and lifted it all together, maybe you could open the door. But no one person could possibly do it, unless they were like a human.
Teamwork time.
Teamwork!
This is Voltron this shit.
How did the
What?
mice?
They are not out. They're all over the damn place.
Okay.
They're
Literally,
just running around in the room.
dozens of them are running all over the place.
And I presume the gap under the door, if it existed, would not be big enough for them to squeeze.
Wait, Melissa.
Otherwise, they'd be out of here by now.
They'd be out of here.
Melissa. You said the mice are running all over the damn place.
Yes.
Is the dog going ballistic?
Yes.
Great.
Guys, I have an idea, but it's mean.
I'm in.
What?
I think one of us should bait the dog into slamming into the door once we actually, get it ready to open. Unless this dog is also only a foot long, in which case, fuck this dog. This dog is useless.
This dog is a
Okay.
Doberman, as in
All
the
right.
picture.
Alright,
It's a big dog.
so yeah. One of us should bait that dog into slamming into the door. I'm just saying. It'd be funny.
Bark, bark, bark.
I don't even know if we need to bait it. To be like,
I mean, we
hey,
could do
I want
that,
you to
but-
jump at this door. Come on, let's play.
Hey guys! Guys! Hey guys!
But I don't want to use my head.
I mean,
You don't have to use your head. I didn't say use. Did I ever say use the head?
We'll never
That'd be
leave this
hilarious.
room. We'll never leave it.
Nah, the game starts and ends here.
Game
It's,
ends here.
hey guys, welcome to Silent Hill 4: The Room.
Whose turn is next?
Yeah, that we have a.
So Cam is still his turn, so he has to choose whose next turn it is.
Did I not pick the hamster?
Oh, Hamilton. Hamilton's waiting, so Hamilton is gonna pick James.
Yes.
You gonna get out of the cage, buddy?
I choose to faff with the lock again.
You back the lock. All right.
-1. I'm still in the cage.
Fuck. All right. Who goes next, James?
Who hasn't gone yet?
I think everybody's gone at this point. That's not true. Mallow hasn't gone, and I don't think Steven's gone.
Rat, go.
Oh God. Well, honestly, this is a
Wait.
terrible idea.
Wait, how did the monkeys get out of the cage?
They didn't?
The monkey?
Yeah.
The
how
monkey
did that
was let out of their
She-
cage because Miss Day unlocked it and then picked up the monkey. And then when the scientist opened the door, the monkey ran out of Miss Day's arms in between his legs and ran out of the hallway.
What was the monkey holding on to? Something small like a shrew?
It was like a shrew. Yeah.
Are they still here?
Character.
Oh, they're still here. Okay.
All right. So Mallow goes, "This is a terrible idea, but I'm more terrified of all of you getting hurt. Hold on. Move out of the way. Excuse me. Poppy, I'll need to use your back."
Okay.
She crawls on your back, and then she leaps as high as she can onto the handle. And then she just holds onto the handle as the handle slowly unlocks, and she's holding onto the handle. "All right, now push it open, quick, before I can't hold on any longer." And with that, she's going to go ahead and pick, unfortunately, Steven, because he hasn't gone yet.
Okay. The bat is crawling around on the floor in the sea of mice.
Okay.
Going, Brisby? Have you seen Brisby? Just, randomly to the mice.
Wait, oh no, was Brisby the one that just got 8?
We don't know.
Are the mice not?
Brisby, the mice aren't saying anything.
I think they disowned us.
Oh.
They're currently
I mean-
talking to each other, trying to find a way out.
The fact that the rats even expected us to be able to undo a padlock and
Yeah.
save someone from the jaws of a snake is entirely ridiculous, and we were never going to succeed that chick.
Any random mouse's attention.
Okay, you can get one mouse's attention.
We need the bigger ones if we're going to go through the people door. We need to get the bigger ones out, and I indicate my head, the meerkat, and the dog.
I don't know if this mouse necessarily wants to listen to you. You might have to roll a skill check.
Skill check, you say?
Yes.
What skill check?
There's quite a couple that will work for this.
Would rapport work?
Rapport absolutely would work for this.
I see.
I'm guessing he has a good rapport check.
Yes, then that is a 5.
All right, that is a superb skill. The mouse agrees. As you hear the mice start cheeping and chittering at each other, as they run over to the meerkat's cage, and they unlock the meerkat's cage.
As the meerkat's dumbfounded, how did you do that?
The mice then walk over, they move over to the dog, but the dog starts barking loudly as his paws hit to the top of the cage. Bark, 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 making quite a bit of a racket, and the mice don't go anywhere near the dog.
Oh.
I mean, if all of us push together at once, and somebody's on the door handle, we might be able to push it.
Now, James, it's your turn.
Well, I have a question first.
What was it, Steven?
I have a question first.
Yes.
Have we ever seen Rosie eat one of us? Have I ever seen Rosie eat one of us?
Rosie is far too small to eat anybody.
Oh.
Okay.
Do you want to get
Then-
close to Rosie?
Yes, I fly over to her tank.
Which one is Rosie?
The spider.
The spider, I think?
Why? What? Be.
Because we're all together, and if we're going to leave, we're all going to leave.
Fuck you.
That's fair.
Fuck you.
What?
You made
And
that
that,
spider
and
way-
everything about it.
What? It wasn't a jump scare. It was slowly enlarged.
Why is it purple?
Fuck you.
Rosie is a
I'm
rose
confused.
tarantula. That's why she's purple.
So it's
I
an
will-
actual spider that's purple?
Absolutely, and one of my favorites.
That's pretty
I
neat.
will tell her
Yeah.
I'm going to try to get her out.
Okay.
I don't know if she understands us or not because I've never heard her talk.
There we go. Nice
then I
close up.
If you zoom
I-
in too far, it gets all pixely. Keep it as it was.
Ugh.
Looks better that way.
I don't know how a tarantula tank is closed.
A tarantula?
Yeah,
The
like
same way a fish tank is.
So, like a lid on top?
Actually, as you go to see if there's a lid on top of Rosie's lid, you realize Rosie doesn't have a lid on the top of hers. It's just a tall glass container.
And spiders can't climb glass containers. Yep.
There's nothing high enough in Rosie's home to allow her to climb.
I feel like you
So
are
we
definitely being baited.
Create a
You are
breach.
being baited
Uh,
so hard right now.
I say, hello? It looks like we're trying to leave. And if we're all leaving, I'm sure you want to come with your friends, right?
Rosie says nothing, but her arms reach up into the glass, looking at you.
Oh, I have an idea. How tall's the tank?
The tank is, it's probably a 20-gallon. So maybe 2 feet?
So basically, if someone fell down in there, they would be stuck.
They would be stuck, yes.
Unless they can jump.
Unless they can jump. A rabbit can
How-
jump.
How heavy is Rosie?
Hey.
Not that heavy at all. Bat, would you like to put a tarantula on your back?
I mean, I don't see why not. No one's ever told me Rosie's dangerous.
I love how you're just being ominous, and Steven's like, yeah, I'm fine. This is fine.
You ever hear that story? The fox and the scorpion?
And the scorpion?
But this is a spider, and Steven is a bat.
Oh,
Unless,
it's not the same at all.
unless someone wants to tell me otherwise, the bat is going to fly into her tank.
Mallow will absolutely if you let her, but fortunately Mallow is busy. Mallow is currently
Oh.
hanging onto a door, so she
Fidget?
can't say
No.
anything.
No. No.
But we can't
No.
have Rosie here.
That doesn't mean you let Rosie climb on top of you.
Then how do I get her out?
You give her something to climb on that isn't you!
Like a stick.
Like a stick! Or a
You could-
tube!
You
What's a
could
stick?
pull one of the stick. If there's sticks in her cage, he could just pull one of those up so she can climb up.
That would also require him to get into her cage.
Yeah, that would require... Yeah, like... Grab something that's not in her cage, and
What
drop
if?
it in the cage that she can climb on.
What are you gonna say, Cam?
What if? Hear me out. We just murder 4 or 5 miles, tie them together.
No.
But you and I need to have this talk about time. I don't think we have the time.
Listen, I appreciate the sentiment towards murder, but we should direct that energy towards the oppressors.
Oh, no, not this again.
Timothy. Timothy, you know about things. What's the opposite of small enough to get Rosie out? Timothy?
My name isn't Timothy.
It's Tiffany now, isn't it?
I thought it was Tim.
It is Tim.
It's Tim.
Tim is not short for Timothy. You can call me Tim, you can call me Tiffany, you can call me anything but not Timothy.
Oh.
Do you
Timothy
have
falls
sticks?
under anything.
Yeah, I said but not. There was a caveat there. Do you
Well-
want my attention or not?
Yes. How do we get Rosie out? We can't leave her here.
Find something for her to grab onto.
Do
Yes.
you have sticks in your
Assist.
enclosure, James?
I have no hands. I have wings.
Okay. Would you like to tell
I've
me
captured a cat.
something to bring to you?
Something long? Hamilton, do you still have those runny things?
The cage over. It's a
Runny
20 gallon tank.
Hamster ball?
Too heavy. Well, all of you get
You know, like
Are we
hamster
gonna
Most of the people in the room are either
You're gonna put a
scattering
spider in
or
a
they're trying to get the door.
Too many people are talking at once. I've lost everyone.
Sorry. Katie just immediately said, "Are we putting a spider in a hamster ball?" And that became equal parts terrifying and hilarious.
That's so damn cute.
And I think Rosie would go for it.
Rosie's amazing.
like does Hamilton have his runny things?
Runny things? I have a wheel?
Well, you get on top of that sometimes.
Yeah, I do.
Can Rosie get on top of that?
Maybe. I can try. You sure
How
you
long
want to
is
let the
my
spider
parrot
out?
But she's one of us. She's family.
Oh, damn it.
Family.
I'm sorry, family?
Family? Everyone had a different emotion to that. That's so damn funny. Okay. Yeah, so Hamilton. I have no idea what turn. I think we just go in a. I think popcorn. Just whoever goes next.
Yeah.
So who do you want Hamilton to go next?
Well, that's the thing that I wanted to get. I was going to let James go.
Oh, okay. Let James go.
James, there you can go get.
I've been told to find something that Rosie can climb on. I choose to examine my enclosure for something brown and sticky.
There is something brown and sticky. You also notice that there is something that is long and felt.
Long and felty?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, use our tubes.
What is it?
It is a ferret tube,
A tube.
Oh,
which is used for ferrets to play in.
use the tube.
Can I move the tube?
You absolutely can move the tube. You do often.
Okay. So the tube's not connected to anything. So I choose to kind of insert myself into the tube.
Okay.
And I choose to kind of inchworm sock my tube sock felt sock my way out of my cage.
Okay.
Why?
Why? You felt sock your way out of the cage. As you go over to Rosie, unlike with Steven, when it sees you, quickly hides. You see Rosie move to the back of its cage, go and goes underneath something. You're much bigger than Steven is.
Yeah, I actually have the potential to eat her if I wanted.
Yeah, Steven's not as threatening. And you put the tube sock in her cage.
Yeah, I try to put the tube sock in her cage and to kind of drape it over the lid so that it kind of hangs over. I don't know if she can get onto it. Her weight might be enough to pull the tube sock down into her cage. If she tries to climb it, and I see that the tube sock is, like, moving under her weight, I just want to kind of grab onto it so it doesn't move.
Alright. Rosie does nothing while you're next to her.
Okay, someone else grab it. I'm done here.
Okay. James, who's
Alright,
next?
I shall... Oh.
I think Katie wants to go next.
Okay, fine. Katie, go ahead.
Okay.
I shall assist in your escape, friend. As Bun Bun hops onto the side of the thing and holds the sock down.
Okay. I do not know if Rosie is going to react.
If Rosie needs me to move, I'll just say that my character leaves.
Okay. Your character moves out of the way. I'm guessing you give it to Rosie, Katie?
Yes. I'm holding on to the other end of the sock so she can climb up.
Rosie slowly but surely crawls out of its enclosure and goes inside the felt sock. She does not come out the other end.
I swear to God.
Okay, not what I anticipated,
Is
as
it
I
Guys,
assume I'm holding this in my mouth.
Is it gonna...
Huh?
Guys, I think Rosie wants a piece.
Ah, yes. I would like to drop down with the tube stuck in my mouth.
What? We have no idea if the spider stayed in the felt tube.
Does it feel heavier?
I just see a spider flying across the room.
I feel like Rosie would be justifiably upset.
By the time you land on the ground, Katie, you're not sure if you flung the spider or if the spider simply ran out of the tube underneath something. What you are certain of is it is no longer in the enclosure and no longer in the tube sock. Rosie will remember this.
Oh.
It's been made! Yes! Oh, wait. Dang it!
Next person to go is, who hasn't gone in a while?
Just a tad curious, Melissa. Are your favorite tarantulas? Do they happen to be venomous?
Rose tarantulas? No, they're just beautiful.
Okay, so they're not venomous.
No, they're actually one of the most common pet spiders.
Okay, I just know that tarantulas usually aren't.
No, they're hunting spiders. A rose tarantula gets that name because when it sheds, its color is very pink.
Okay. Coolio.
All right. I believe since Rosie was last, who hasn't gone in a while?
Wait, isn't Rosie supposed to decide who goes next?
Yeah.
Oh.
From the corner, you hear, sons of bitches are gonna leave me here!
Hey, you're damn right.
Oh. Good words in a while. I thought you just died.
Fuck off!
Why is this bird my favorite character?
I shit on her notes sometimes.
Who does he want to request to help him then?
Bastards! Mostly he's just agitating you.
Okay, so since parrots learn through mimicry, there's somebody in this lab who's quite a dick.
It's not Miss J. I'm concerned of that.
Yeah. And it's probably not the scientist.
I don't know what Steven had intended with this character, but I'm so sorry.
Also, somebody's been pooping on Miss Day's notes, and it hasn't been the bird.
It was
Someone's been shitting on Miss Day's notes. All right. Let's see. Who hasn't gone in a while? Bradley.
Uh-huh.
That's just Bradley. It's your turn. It's been a bit.
All right. So Mallow is hanging on to this handle for dear life. What's the dog's name?
The dog actually does have a name. The dog's
What's
name.
the dog's name?
Is
Bishop.
No.
No.
This dog's name is going to be Duke.
Duke. All right.
Duke.
Duke is
Aww.
still in the cage because the mice were going to free him.
Gonna get anywhere near
And then, all right. So Poppy looks up at Rosie and over to the dog, realizing what's going on. It's like, I regret my life decisions, and scurries over to open the cage while exclaiming to Duke, "Hey, Duke! I bet you can't catch me!" She's gonna open the door and dart for the fucking door.
Oh no.
Bradley.
You have my attention.
Brad,
I didn't say this was a good idea.
You need
what I got, because nobody wants to open the fucking door.
I bet you can't catch me. Bat, bat, bat. Roll the bat.
Roll the bat.
Hey,
The dog is interested.
The dog is interested.
Are you gonna roll?
He's ready to go.
Are you gonna roll a provoke check?
So that is.
Oddly enough, he doesn't need to roll a provoke check because the dog is already provoked.
Alright, so that is a 0 plus 4.
Okay, well that's enough to bap the door. And then you run like a bitch to this door, I'm assuming?
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess it's.
Am I gonna have to roll for that too? Or no?
With that, Bradley, you have started the first conflict.
Oh no.
Aww.
I'm just
I was
glad it
about to
wasn't
say,
me.
alright, and now it's Duke's turn because.
Oh, it's Duke's
because
turn.
reasons.
It's
Yeah.
Duke's turn.
Yeah.
Duke starts a conflict by
Starts a conflict.
ramming right into you. So,
But
Duke,
are we against the door?
yes,
That's what I wanted.
Duke,
It's
and
okay.
since the latch is undone, it just bursts wide open. So both you and him are going into the hallway. Duke is going to attempt to hurt you by playing with you. Because he's
Douche!
a dog.
Douche!
I need you, Bradley, to roll a defend.
Alright, explain this to me, so...
Okay, so
Do you know how?
defend.
Hey Bradley, have you ever played Heroescape? It's kind of like that.
I'm assuming I have to roll things.
Yeah, so basically, in a conflict, straight up fight.
Okay.
I mean, it could also be just taking harm, but I'm going to count this as a conflict because it's
Okay.
not really a contest.
Okay. Yeah, no, it's not. Doberman versus Fennec. I wonder who wins. I wonder.
Hey Bradley, how do you feel about being a squeaky toy?
Squeak, squeak, squeak. I got the door open, that's what matters.
Yeah? Alright, so...
Oh, no.
I'm trying to...
I and Mallow got that door open, because without
Oh,
Mallow, that
read.
door would not have opened.
read-
Oh no, poor Mallow! Oh
That's
no.
fair.
Yeah, Mallow is hanging on to the door.
If Mallow is lucky, because that door probably swung open pretty hard.
Pretty hard.
Yeah,
Pretty
yeah.
hard.
Oh, no!
And I'm remembering a specific law of motion about objects at rest.
1 second.
Okay,
guys. I'll be right
we
back.
need to get through the
Okay.
defense thing. Alright, so how does this work?
Alright.
I have rolled.
Alright. I gotta find it. Hold on. I lost
Okay.
it. Alright. Defend to survive an attack. Stop a foe or create an advantage, or oppose an effort to overcome an obstacle. So you're surviving an attack.
Okay.
So what that means, for me, is that if a monster is trying to eat your face, it is a foe pushing you out of the way. What about a cultist trying to stab you in both kidneys? Defend. So what you're
Okay.
trying to stop, the outcomes of defending are, if you fail, you take a hit. If you tie, it is a result for the opposed action. If you succeed, you don't take a hit or you deny the enemy's action if you succeed with style, etc., etc. So you are rolling against me.
Okay.
So my roll as a doggo
It's probably good.
is going to be 1 plus his plus 4 athletics, which is going to be 5.
Well, shit.
He's using athletics and not fight.
Oh, no, he's using athletics because he's not actually trying to hurt the fox. He wants to play with him.
Okay.
You could argue that. You can use the bogus rule if you'd like.
No, it's cool.
Okay. Alright. I got an idea. So, hear me out.
Okay.
At best, this is going to tie.
Okay.
Poppy would like to roll against this using rapport.
You're gonna try to dialogue your way out of this dog using you as a squeaky toy?
Explain. Explain.
Well, according to rapport, you are using the skill to build connections or utilize connection you already have with the character to sway things in your favor, so to speak. So this is less like I'm trying to escape, and more like no, not in the face. We've had this conversation multiple times. Not in the face. So I'm trying to just survive long enough that Duke can get some energy out, and then
So
I
you're
can
trying
attempt
to
to
play.
make I am
You're
playing.
trying to keep alive by playing. Verdict from the council?
I think he's trying to convince Duke to do non-lethal damage.
So,
Or
verdict from
try
the
to be
council, can he
gentler.
use a rapport to defend?
Considering Duke's not actually fighting him, I say sure, because Duke's wanting to play.
Yeah, Duke's just a big old derpy puppy, so...
Okay. Very
All
well,
right.
the verdict has said so. Rapport
Then that
it is.
is a 2 plus 3. So that is
It's
also
a
a 5.
tie. Okay, no damage is done. He knocks you straight through the door. You both roll into the hallway, and he wants to play with you. You manage to roll out from underneath of him as he is chasing you and his own tail in his own way. The door is wide open as the mice go the fuck everywhere. The door will only be open for a short time.
As in, you should probably leave now,
Everybody out, book it!
because I can't hold that door.
So next person to go after Duke, I'm going to go ahead and say Hamilton. Hamilton runs out the door. After that, I'm going to say Mallow. Mallow falls to the ground. And she waits, because she has to wait for Steven.
What were
And
you
then
saying?
Steven, it's your turn.
Oh. Fidget is looking at the door and looking at Mallow on the other side of the door, and then he looks back at Crackers, and it's like, what about him?
Hello.
You can't
Hi.
be serious.
What will they do to him if he's the only one here?
You're all a bunch of assholes!
Can confirm.
Poppy would say something, but she is occupied.
Have we freed the parrot yet?
No.
I know how bird cages are, so I'll fly up to the bird cage and try to open it.
Okay.
can
Bird cages
Bud
are
help?
actually a bitch to open.
I know.
Like for
Because everybody
humans.
hates birds.
Yeah, bird cages are a bitch to open. So go ahead and roll to figure out how to open a bird cage.
Uh,
I will accept academics or athletics, as apparently bapping at it randomly apparently works.
hold on.
Ooh,
No,
I can
no.
help with that
I'll
one.
go for the lock. I'm going to try to break it.
Ooh,
going
okay.
to fight.
You're going to try to fight the lock. You're going to try to break it.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
And I'm going to use my first stunt of the game so we can do that.
Okay.
And use Freebird. While in the air, I get a +2 to fight.
Ooh.
So
Are you gonna kamikaze this birdcage?
He's going to kamikaze the bird cage. All right. Roll.
It's oddly poetic that the attack that you're using to free a bird is called Freebird.
Yeah.
Just a second, let me roll.
I guess we should give our stunts names like that. So
If you want to.
Diggy hole. Got it.
I think James also has a diggy hole ability.
Well, I have to because I am Fox. So it means we can both dig holes very well.
That is a 5.
My stunt is called Dig a
A
Thumb.
5?
Yes.
Well, I'll be damned. All right. So that is a tie. I will allow it to be a success at a minor cost.
Okay.
All right. You and the cage and the parrot fall to the ground.
Okay.
As the cage, from the damage that you have hit with it, the whole cage knocks over and hits to the ground. As it does, the top pops off, because that also happens in bird cages. And the parrot flies out. and goes, "Alright, you're not that much of an asshole, but the rest of you, got my eyes on you." And he flies
Okay.
away.
What is my minor cost?
Your minor cost is the fact that the cage hit him, and both him, you, and them were on the ground.
Oh, okay.
The floor is lava.
Yeah, well,
The
I'm on the
cost is
ground
not always that bad.
Yeah, I'm on the ground right now, so I'm doing my slow bat movement towards the door.
Slow bat. All right, Crackers is gone. He will be back to be a dick another day.
Cracker, for this?
Huh? Crackers will remember this.
I'll shit on your notes. You will rue this day.
I want you to know Steven asked me to put him in last second into the game. So I apologize for everything that he is. All right. With that, with Parrot, I'm going to go ahead and say it is Bun Bun's turn.
Oh, cool. All right. Who's left that's currently caged?
Monty.
The snake.
Are the mice out now that the cage is open? That the door is open?
Yes.
All right. I'm gonna go get Monty out. No man left behind. There, no animal left behind.
What about the snake?
That's what I'm. Yeah, yes, I'm getting the snake.
I would like to point out that I haven't moved since helping out the spider. I don't know if it's my turn or not.
That's not how popcorn works, unfortunately.
Okay.
Popcorn works with whoever picks you.
Okay.
It's the side effect of popcorn.
So you could have one kernel that never pops if someone never wants to pick you?
Or the DM will just remember you next time. Relax, James.
Okay. I was
All
like,
right,
that sounds
anyway,
terrible.
I forgot about you, that's why. All right. Katie?
I am opening the snake cage.
Unfortunately, the snake cage is not so easily opened. There is a lid, similar to a fish tank. However, it looks like it has little plastic latches on the side to keep it closed.
Can I use my athletics to bap the latches open?
I love how that's the verb now. Yes, you may roll back.
You are all welcome.
Yes.
I regret
Let me
nothing.
find the thing again. That's not the right chat.
I never realized that BAP would be the most important verb of this game. Have you guys enjoyed opening doors enough yet?
Yes.
I got a 4.
Hey guys.
Because I got a 0 for my roll, so I got 4.
That is enough to open this door, this latch. As you open the latches, and then I'm assuming you attempt to slide the top off?
Yes. And then I'm going to get out of his way, because I am also on his menu.
Slide the top off, and then you jump down. Alright, whose turn is it next, Katie?
It is James's.
Alright, James.
Okay.
It is now your turn.
I would like to make sure that the snake is able to get out of the cage.
The snake is absolutely able to get out of the cage, and you would know that as a snake owner.
Yeah, if the lid's open even a crack, he should be fine.
You notice that Monty is not making any sudden movements. He's actually just watching all of you.
He did just eat.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
that's true. I'm kind of curious about the really green plant in the corner that was near my cage.
You mean the incredibly obvious item? That's not like I made that super obvious or anything. I also made everything that was important in yellow. I don't know if anybody caught that.
Wait, what? Oh, no.
Like, the plant seems kind of interesting. So I would like to use my nature-y meerkat knowledge and inspect this plant.
My nature-y meerkat knowledge. Alright. What skill are you going to use? Investigation?
My nature-y meerkat. Obviously.
You're going to need to pick a skill, James.
Right.
And defend that skill.
The thing that
Lore, maybe?
No, I'm not. I'm not lore.
I don't know if lore would count.
I'm not lore smart. This isn't a lore check. This is nature.
This would be a nature check. Or a investigation check. Something like that. Ah,
Yeah, everything just died.
no!
Whee!
I did. Bleh.
No.
I got a 4. And the 4 is for a resources check.
Ooh, that's a really good one.
And I'm gonna tell you why it's a resource. Because it is a item that I have found in the wild, or what this game refers to as being in the wild,
Yes.
and it is something that I intend to grab and possibly use later as
Oh,
a
yeah.
quote-unquote
Alright.
resource.
You have detected that this is an item. As you pick it up, it says in your inventory, healing herb.
Oh, so it just goes into my pockets?
We have inventory?
Do not ask
You
what
have
that pocket
inventory.
is.
My
As you are able to grab a number of leaves.
Okay. Seeing as how I got a 4 on my roll, do you want to just say I grabbed 4 leaves?
I'm gonna say you grabbed a whole one use.
Oh, that's oddly specific and convenient.
Yeah, it's weird. It's video games.
Okay,
You
so I
grabbed
have
one whole use on that one.
Okay, so I'm gonna put on my character sheet down here with the stunts. I'm just gonna put 1 use of healing herb.
Healing herb. And if
whereas,
any of you have played Resident Evil before, you'll know that healing herb has many uses.
Or, as those of us who are more educated, an healing herb.
Healing herb. Healing herb. Alright. James, who goes next?
Cam.
Alright.
Woo!
Yeah, Cam's over there with
go
the
out
snake.
the door.
You leave. You notice, Cam, as you are leaving, the door is closing.
Shit.
What critters are stuck on the other side?
Mallow, Bun Bun, Tim, Fidget, and technically Monty.
So, most of the party.
Now here's the true question. Yeah. Do you care at all?
I care. The Hank probably does not.
So what do you want to do?
Hank's going to give a quick hurry the fuck up and continue on.
Alright. Who goes next?
The rat, the Mallow.
Okay. Mallow, with all of her strength, which is not a lot, I'm gonna have to roll. All of her strength. Actually, rolled really, really well. She has no bonuses to athletics.
Oh.
Rolled a 3, good, to hold the door. And you can see she's screaming as the door is closing. Come on! You can make it! We have to go now if we're going to go at all. If we must. So
I think Mallow really doesn't want to leave and thinks this is a terrible idea.
Mallow really doesn't want to leave and thinks this is a terrible idea. If you were to use a fate point, you could compel me. This is actively against one of my aspects. With that, the bat.
The bat.
Yes,
Fidget looks at Mallow and then looks at Monty
and looks at Mal, and like he's crawling his way towards the door.
Okay.
But like,
Are you gonna let Monty go?
Yes, I am going to roll to convince Monty to leave
Okay.
because I can't move his door. Let's see.
Yeah, because if Steven didn't do it, I was gonna like try to do something to get him to move his ass.
That's a 3. Using rapport.
Because a snake is much too cool of an animal to be left in a lab.
Be like, come on, the rest of us are going. I know you don't like talking to us, but you're still, part of the group and everything.
Monty looks at you, calmly looks at the rat, calmly looks at the rabbit, calmly looks at the meerkat, lifts his head, and as he does, his whole body lifts up at a 45-degree angle, and he, instead of going through the door, hits the intercom. As you hear, beep, 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 warning, warning, there is an extreme emergency on the lower basement. Please, everyone, evacuate the area immediately. Those with Class 5 security, please come down to the lower basement. Warning, warning, there is an emergency at the lower basement. And it keeps saying it over and over again. And with that, Monty drops to the ground like a slap on the ass. Boom! As he does, the whole side of his tank just falls and the glass crashes as he slowly slides out of the door.
Man,
he doesn't
I
say
hope we're
anything
friends.
to any of you. But you're starting to think Monty might be smarter than the average snake.
I guess I leave, which leaves Timmy.
Timmy!
And I'll look at Tim and be like, you need to come too. And I'll try to help you open the door, even though I have no strength whatsoever. I will try to.
Mallow doesn't either. Neither of us have any strength.
Can Bun help?
Yes, Bun can help.
Bun help whenever it's my turn?
Okay. I kind of wanted to loot this room to the ground, but it looks like we are on a time limit.
I think that is.
We were already on a time limit.
Okay, fine. We can go.
All right. And with that, you all leave this room.
Sorry, I cannot get over my profile picture for that meerkat. It's funny as hell.
I'm sorry. I have to do something.
Okay. Well, do you just leave, James?
Yeah. I like I said, I wanted to loot the room to the ground, but I don't have time.
Do you help the tiny rat and tiny bat hold the door open for other people, or do you just leave like an asshole?
I thought everyone had already left.
Bun's in there.
Okay, fine. I nonchalantly put one arm on the door. Come on.
Like a dick.
Not even putting any
Also,
pressure, gently stroking the door.
Also, isn't Bun Katie's character? As in the
Yeah.
person who just left?
Yep.
Yes.
So she's stuck
Oh.
in there.
Oh, Katie died.
This is how Katie died. Or, alternatively, this is how Katie actually survived the campaign.
Tim, as you are
Yes?
leaving, waiting for Bun to open the door, to go through the door, you notice something has happened to the rabbit. You have
What's
seen
the
this
rabbit?
before. This is what happens when Hamilton says people go back to sleep. Not like a normal sleep, but what happens when people lose their consciousness. As you see Bun casually sniffing around, She's completely forgotten what has happened. It's like she's reverted back to an animal. If you don't save her now, she won't leave.
So Katie's character has lost her intelligence?
Yep.
That really sucks.
Bunny.
She is a bunny.
She is currently a bunny.
Okay, son of a Protestant whore.
Sorry, what?
You're the only one big enough to go get her, James.
I can't carry her.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, you can.
I can? I can
Kate
carry
only-
a squirming, squealing bunny against her will.
Maybe.
Kitten necker.
Like grab her by the scruff of her neck and just use the skin bit there?
Yeah, bite her on the back of the neck.
Oh yeah, I can carry her.
Yeah.
Can I do that? Can I meerkat carry her like we carry young babies?
Yes.
Okay. I guess I will kind of go around nonchalantly to the back of the bunny and then in my best gotcha bitch pick her up and carry her out.
All right. You pick her up and carry her out, and as it happens, we all slip through the door just in time. As it closes and locks behind us. On the other side of the door, now we can hear wholeheartedly what is happening, as you realize why Miss Day has not returned to check on us, as you see red lights everywhere, all the way through the hallway, as you're hearing, "Warning, warning, there was an emergency at level basement 5. Please evacuate the building."
So the snake didn't trip the warning, he just opened the intercom.
Yep.
Okay, so he isn't as much of a dick as you thought. Okay.
Nope, he's not a dick at all.
He's really smart, and he's calculated, but he's quiet.
James likes this character. I'm glad you like him.
Yes.
The bat will ask, I guess, Mallow, what does warning mean?
It means danger. It means that we need to leave. That we
And
actually need to leave.
But I thought you always said leaving was bad.
It is, but as she looks beyond the hallway, and you all see it, as you see a blood stain that's covering one side of the hallway all the way up to the ceiling platform. I think in this case, staying would be worse.
That's not a stain, that's a splatter. Somebody exploded.
It looks like someone was killed and then dragged up through the ceiling.
Ah!
I'm sorry, wait, what? What did I miss?
Katie, talk about convenient timing. Holy shit.
Katie, you're currently in my mouth.
You wake up! Katie, you come to. As you do, you realize that you're currently being carried by the meerkat. You don't have any recollection of the last couple seconds.
What happened? Was there humans? That I killed them? Are they
You
dead?
see
That's what's
a
important.
red light flashing in the hallway as you're hearing, "Warning, warning, an emergency at basement level 5. Please evacuate. If you have a security of level 5, please go down to the basement. Warning, warning," as you see a blood stain that starts from the bottom, rolling up the side of the hallway, all the way up to the ceiling. And even Mallow has said, now it is time to leave.
As you know, I try to answer your question, but my mouth is full of bunny, so it just comes out.
I kick my way out of your mouth.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's way too big to be, like, anything else besides a human, so I'm okay with this.
How long are we going today?
We should leave.
Huh?
How long are we going today?
I don't know.
I was about to say, because if we're good, we can stop right now. And this is a good chapter to stop on. Which is get out of the room.
I mean...
Or we can go for another hour.
I should probably clean this place up, since I won't be here for a week.
Right here, this is a good time to stop. with the blood stain all the way up to the ceiling, the warning signs, and saying, okay, now it's time to go.
The smart me says we should probably stop here. This is very thematically appropriate for stopping here. But the other part of me is like, I literally lost 2 hours of this,
Yes,
and I feel cheated.
Yes, you do.
Because fuck work.
So,
fuck my overtime.
Okay, so that's his opinion. What does everyone else think? Cam, by the way, has turned into a badger.
I have no life.
Oh.
Jesus Christ.
Cam is currently a badger, sitting around the floor. Has lost itself entirely.
Oh dear. That's not good.
Oh,
Dang
Katie, you realize what happened to you as you look at the badger, and you remember Hamilton talking about this. How sometimes when people wake up, they go back to sleep. Like, Cam has reverted back to an animal.
Oh dear. Okay. Well, he'll probably snap back out of it soon and be
Hopefully.
helpful with the revolution. I hope.
It would be very bad for him if he didn't.
Yeah.
Do you like my way of dealing with Discord? Punishing you for it.
Concerned, but okay.
So, like I said, we can stop right now. Or we can keep going for an hour.
I mean,
no more than that.
I know that you're doing a lot of editing for this, so
we can stop right now.
It'd probably be easier to stop. I know that I would like to keep going, but I also am very hungry.
Let's go ahead and stop here, and then we can do the rest of the lab the next game, and that'll get me a little bit more prepared with the map, too. So, with that, you hear the warning, warning, emergency at level 5. And then you see the red lights, and you see the blood stain all the way up. So it looks like something was dragged up and into the vent of the ceiling.
Do I not get a vote?
No.
Oh.
What do you want,
I was going to say that we should stop here.
Okay.
Is the blood stain, like, really big? Like,
yes.
Could it have been a mouse?
No, it looked like it was a human.
Yay! Bun-Bun's happy with this.
Alright, so with that, we have hit, a milestone. So I will read what a milestone is for you. Because we gotta be nice and boring, right? Alright, milestones. You have the ability to switch the ranks of any 2 skills or place one average skill with one that isn't on your sheet. You can rewrite 1 stunt. You can purchase a new stunt by spending 1 refresh. Remember, you can't go below 1 refresh. And you can rewrite any one of your aspects except your high concept. And I will put this in the Discord for you guys. So, with that milestone, you can change your character as you wish, or you can change nothing about it. It is entirely up to you on whether or not that's something that you even want to worry about. Because you might have not changed. It's only been, you only went into another room, so maybe nothing has changed. So,
yeah,
I
think I'm good.
We are done with the first game of Resident Evil Lab. Some animals were harmed.
Woo!
Yay!
We didn't. Okay, well, one of us died, but that was
one
also
person died. Hey, it's still early.
And also, there was a.
It's still early. It's so early. You did save the person that was intended to die, though, so good for you.
Who was intended to die?
Anyway.
Are we allowed to know that?
Crackers.
Okay. So, fuck crackers. Fucking crackers. I hope you guys love crackers because he's such a dick. So I'm gonna go ahead and head off here, and then I'm gonna send this to YouTube, I guess.
Oh God.
If you shouldn't that be damage, since she kicked her out of his mouth. So with that, I'm gonna go ahead and get off. I'm Ooblex. These guys right here are the inn. And I hope you guys enjoyed this. If you did, let me know. If you didn't, fuck you. I don't really care. But, let me know anyway, so I can make fun of you later.
Rude.
I don't care, but I want to know.
I
kind of
care.
care.
That way I can laugh a little. I kind of want to know, just to see what people's opinions are. Be like, Resident Evil isn't about a hamster. I want to hear what the complaint is. You don't know anything about the Fate system. Well, yes, that is true. Correct.
But we had fun, and that's what matters.
All right,
Fate.
same time, same bat channel.
Oh, don't hold me to that
But
standard.
Steven's the
I'm
only
gonna fail
bat.
every time.
So, Friday at 6, just whenever we show up, we'll be playing this game again. The earlier we get in, the more time we have to play. So,
Does that mean I can sleep until 6:30?
absolutely
No.
fucking not. I'm just saying that your character's gonna die. Because I absolutely, unlike Steven, I will kill your character.
Go for it.
Now's probably a good time to mention you know where I will be, and I don't know if I will be here.
I know where you will be.
I feel
will
like
take
you
care
are
of
the
your
one
character
exception to
next
this,
week.
Bradley.
If I'm here, I will not be alone.
I'll take care of your character.
Okay.
Don't worry about it. I'll kill them.
Hey,
I'll rip them into pieces at the beginning of the next game.
Oh, then everything's fine, because him's not a him. Him's a her.
Yeah, that's right.
Melissa,
Fuck you. Stop
Melissa?
resurrecting Lady Bradley.
Sorry, the Lady
Lady
Bradley is just too strong.
Too strong.
God. I'm getting off of here. You all have a good night.
Alright.
Bye, nerd!
I
Melissa.
Melissa.
I like how the person on the side, because it's like forever.
Melissa, I will let you know that next week is the week that my parents are leaving, so I'm going to be watching the house, but it's also next week is when I'm getting my second COVID vaccination, so it's very likely that I might be sick next week.
Hey, I'm gonna be in Lexington a whole lot next week.
Yeah,
So,
but it's very likely that I'm going to be sick
okay. I still
at my house by myself.
Show up anyway. You just have to show up and pay attention.
Did not
mostly.
die.
Like. Alright.
Bullshit.
All right. Anyway, I'm gone. I'll see you guys later.
Alright, bye-bye.
Bye.
Later.
All right. Go ahead and do that. All right. Very cool. All right. So if you like that, awesome. Let me know. Cheer reporting for duty. Oh my god. Bunch of weirdos. That's what you are. All right. I'm gone. I'll see you guys next week. Bye.